Hello builders, my name is G. Today we're going to be working on a walkthrough for an app that I think is a little bit low key, but really crucial for new developers, for them to be able to understand two fundamental parts of web development. The first one is deceptively easy, but is actually really difficult in practice: forms. The ability to get the UI just right on each of the individual elements has been made a lot easier with Shadcn, but being able to create the correct schema, validate it, and pass it on to your database through the backend and make sure everything is type safe end to end is still quite a big challenge. The second part that is something that's really important for new developers is being able to secure things. We can have authorization, but how can we have things exposed both publicly and privately? So everybody handling that with the different pastes that are being sent to either different people or being saved for only yourself. And so those are the things that we're going to be looking at in this walkthrough. So let's jump over to the website and take a look at the different features we'll be implementing. Here we are in our Pastebin clone. I've renamed it to paste, link, and send. Hopefully you can come up with a more creative name. And hopefully you can also create a more creative marketing page. Right? So this is the landing page for our application. Just a bit of boilerplate that is on there, starting with the nav bar along the top with some different options, which we'll get to in a second. There's a hero section here to describe what are the main selling points of the application and a call to action for the user. A little bit of different features that they can find within the application. An explanation for what they can expect going through their customer journey. And finally, a final call to action if they get back to the bottom of this page with a corresponding footer. Going back to the top here and just looking at the nav bar, we have a button to view the demo. If we just go to this page real quick, we can see here a real quick demo of a JavaScript paste. And you can see here with good syntax highlighting, we see that this demo is public. It never expires. We can also see when it was created, who it was created by, how many characters are in it, how many lines, what language is being used, a little bit of a feature / marketing blurb to reel more people in, and a call to action here. We also have a call to action along the top, and this little extra bit here, another call to action. As many call to actions as possible to get someone to convert into the application. So let's go and get into the actual application, get started, start sharing now. All of the different call to actions just take the user over to the login page. So I'm going to hit start sharing now. And here we can see that there's two options for OAuth, GitHub and Google. So I'm just going to log in real quick. After we're logged in here, we can see that on the home page, we have our form to create a new paste. So I'm just going to do test here, and we're just going to say hello world as a test paste here. We'll just keep it plain text, expiration to never. We'll make it public. Let's do create paste real quick. The paste has been created. We can see it here for ourselves. We can also copy this, and I'll just eliminate the URL here and see that we've gotten hello world in our clipboard. Now if I just go and hit Control Z, we have our URL here. Now you remember that it was a public one, so if I bring over a private tab here, which means that I'm signed out, if I hit enter, I'll be able to see it. With every single one of our pastes, we can go back and edit it. And edit is just a different style of form. So we're just going to say hello world times 2. We're going to make this one private. I'm going to save it. If I copy it, you can see that we have hello world times 2. And if I go back to this private page here, and I just try to go back to the URL, you can see that there's going to be an extended wait, and then ultimately an error that appears. Failure to load paste may not exist or may have expired. We have a little bit of an obfuscated error message here to provide a little bit more safety, to basically not let the user know whether or not there is actually a paste at this URL. It's a little bit of a security advanced topic there, but ultimately we want it to error out when it's private and not being touched by an authorized user. The last bit that I really wanted to showcase, besides being able to create, edit, and control access to a paste, is a little dashboard that we have here. So here you can see all of the different pastes that we have within this project, all put within a tab. We have different actions here that are available. We can delete with a little confirmation there. You can see that it's been removed. We can also go back in and edit here, all of the different bits. So let me just go back and see if we can, okay, this one should be pretty easy. So if we go into here, edit, and just provide an exclamation point here to hello world, you can see that that's been changed there. If we go back, my pastes, and you can see that there's an exclamation point here. Now, wonderful. So hopefully you can see that there's a lot of different things to learn within building this paste link and send Pastebin clone. Let's jump now over to the code and get started. Hello builders, we're going to start right off the bat as we usually do, cloning the Git repo with my starting point there. You can see the tech stack that we'll be using on the screen if you hadn't already seen it in the video title and other places. We're going to clone this, and we're also going to name it Pastebin clone walkthrough. You can name it whatever you want. I just want to name it for myself there. And then we're going to go into Pastebin clone walkthrough inside of here. And then we can do code dot to open it up with VS Code, which I will bring this up here. We're going to remove this, close out this, make things a whole lot bigger. So if you're curious about how the project is structured from a starting point perspective, the link will be in the description down below to the detailed video of how we built up the starting point to begin with. Also, there's an addendum for the most recent updates that we made to the walkthrough starting point. So the first thing that I'm going to do here that I think is sensible is just to create a brief demo page. It's going to have the skeleton of what someone can expect from the full app, as I displayed in the demo that I played at the beginning of this video. It's not going to have all of the features, but hopefully give us enough of an understanding about how to use some of the rich code editor components in there, so that when we actually fully build out the Pastebin clone features, we'll know how to arrange the UI. Now, before we actually start building, safety first, let's just put this on. Now that we're safe and secure, we can start building out our demo page. And so the first thing I'm going to do, open up our app directory here, and I'm going to add in a new folder here, call it demo. And then inside of demo, I'll create another folder called _UI. Now, the reason that I'm putting an _UI directory there, it's for all of the components that are specific to the demo page. That makes it different than this kind of global level components folder. So in my style, any components that are shared and are going to be reused across different pages, they'll be put inside of the components directory. And if there are components, as I mentioned earlier, that are specific to a specific page, then I will put them into that corresponding pages directories UI directory. So inside of here, as a example, right? So we'll have page.tsx, and then inside of UI, that _UI directory, I'm going to have demo page contents.tsx. Now, why have I separated that out? Well, on the page side here, since we're working with server-side rendering and have server-side components and client components, I want to be able to separate that out. And how that kind of functionality works, we can have client components nested inside of server components, but we can't have it be the other way around. So I can't declare at the top level page, right, const demo page here, and I'll just return real quick a div and just say demo page, and then just do export default demo page here. And I believe that this IntelliSense error is because I haven't installed yet. So we're going to install real quick. Really should have done this after we cloned. I forgot. But this is a good reminder to do so. So we're going to go in and do npm I to install everything. So once we have all of the packages installed, then, these kind of warnings, errors, they appear here just because we don't have the node module set up. But once we do, all of these should disappear. I'll also take the opportunity to add in the environment variables. So if you haven't done so already, remember to do that as well. If you need a step-by-step guide on how to do that, it's in the original starting point creation video. So the link to that is in the description down below as well. And as you can see, after we've installed it, those errors / warnings really disappear. So we are all good there. Whoops. Now, so you can see here, this is a server component. So all components in Next.js here, without having the use client directive at the top, are server components. And inside of here, I can create export const demo page contents. And we can do the same thing here, return dev, and then just do demo page, right? For right now, in how I've written it, right, I can literally get rid of this whole section here and replace it with demo page contents. So you can think of every single page within our Next.js application as having two layers. An outer layer, which you can see with this demo page component here, and I'll just label it as a server component. That's the outer layer, if you will. And then an inner layer here, which is a client component, the demo page contents component here. And I'll mark that by using the use client directive to basically say that this is going to be a client component. Now, what are some things that we're going to be doing in a server component? Well, one of those typically is an auth check. Another thing might be dealing with the URL. And another thing would be prefetching. So let's break these things down individually. And just a little caveat here before you start writing down all the stuff. We're not actually going to be using it for the demo page. I'm just using it for illustrative purposes. So if you're just trying to get the final code, don't copy that stuff here. I'm just using this for explanation purposes. But with an auth check, right, why do we do it on the server side? Right, what we're trying to do is to make sure that someone is logged in. And we usually check that against a database and with a secret key and cookies, potentially. And those are generally things that we want to keep secret and secure. So we don't want to be transmitting that from our server, wherever we're hosting the website. In the case of this walkthrough, Vercel, we don't want to take all the secrets that we put into Vercel, basically want to lock it into a vault and lock it in the server side. We don't want to transmit that over to the client side here, which is the browser, right? So you can imagine all the interactivity that we want having to happen on the browser is inside of this client component, and all the things that we want to do on the server side happen in this server component. So auth check we definitely want to have handled on the server side. Dealing with the URL, well, we usually send a request over to the server, and so any changes to the URL we generally want to handle on the server side, because we might not want to send the HTML over. We might want to redirect Thus, it would be a waste of time for us to field the full website and then redirect. So there are certain operations that when we deal with changes in the URL and navigation, we want to handle on the server side as opposed to the client side. So there might be some interactivity with the URL that we would want to do on the client side. Obviously, receiving a slug, right? Any variable value within the URL, which we would then pass into a query. We might want to have that be variable in once it hits the browser. But generally, we can handle that with prefetching, the next part here, on the server side. And just a real quick, like, what is prefetching? Well, with Tanstack and tRPC, we can do prefetching, which is we grab the initial queries that we specify, any data that we need to grab from our Neon database, what we're using in the tech stack for this walkthrough. We can grab all that data up front so that when we send the HTML over, we can also send that data over at the same time, instead of sending the HTML over and having to do the query, right? Basically allows for us to make the loading appear faster. For heavier queries, this becomes quite noticeable, and it's just a performance and visual performance benefit for the user. And so we want to handle all that initial requesting on the server, not once we've sent everything over to the browser side. So all of the browser interactivity should be when we have user input, right? The user clicks a button, triggers something that needs to happen on the website, or, hit our server, all that type of stuff, a new query, a refresh, all those different types of things. We want to handle that or on the browser side, because that requires user interactivity. It requires the user interacting with the browser. We obviously can't do that on the server side, right? And so that's kind of the reason for the separations. We deal with all of the things that happen because the user interacted with the browser on the client side, all the things that need to be done in browser in a client component, and all of the things that can be done on the server component or have to be done on the server component. We should and may have to do it on the server component side. So there's some nuances there in the language that I used, right? In some cases, right, we want to opt into pushing as much stuff over to the server side because we want to have it be secure or done faster. But in some cases, things have to be done on the server side, and so thus we'll keep it in the server component. For example, prefetching. There's no reason for us to prefetch on the browser side, right? On the client side. And for the client side, well, there's no reason for us to track user interactivity in a server component because you haven't sent the HTML over. The user literally can't interact with anything. They may only see a loading state, of which we probably don't want to have much user interactivity that impacts, a server call while something's loading, right? We want everything to fully be presented. All the data is set up right before we allow for the user to have interactivity, right? So there might be some edge cases and nuances with that. Not going to be happening in this project, but let's just master the basics before you hit an advanced use case where you might want to fudge that a little bit. So rule of thumb, all of the server side stuff that can, or all of the things that can happen on the server and have to happen on the server, we put in the server components. And in the client side, only the things that have to happen on the browser, on the client side, we do within client components. So hopefully that was a clear explanation there. So since demo page is a public page and we're not tapping into the database for anything for the demo page, let me just clean this up. We don't need any of these, right? We may have some client component features, so I'll just keep use client here, and we're gonna just work on the demo page contents side of things. So the first thing I'm gonna do here is just create a hard-coded value here. So what we're going to try to do is showcase a paste, right? What a user can provide to our Pastebin clone and be able to transmit to someone else. And, the general case is some code snippet, right, that we are going to try to handle with a code syntax highlightable way, right? And so we need a piece of code. And in this case, since we're not pulling it from the server, it's just going to be the same one for the demo example. I'll just create a hard-coded value here. So we're going to do const demo paste here, and it's going to be an object, and we're going to have some fields here, right? And what's going to be inside of here, we have an ID, which is of demo. We have a title, right? React hook for API calls. We have a bunch of code here that we've specified. So it doesn't really matter what code it is. Just created like a brief example. And up until this point, right, that's where the code ends. So you might notice that's why content starting from here all the way down to here, it has this single quote here surrounding it. So that's why it's a different color from the next field, which is language. So we've set it to be JavaScript, is public to be true, created at, we're setting it to 2 hours ago, whenever the user's 2 hours ago was or is, then providing just some fake user. So I'm actually previewing what in the database will actually be storing, right? So this is the schema to an extent. And so we're just going to provide a semicolon here and then start building our UI here. So first off the bat here, we're going to create a class name bg gray 50 divided by 50 to color the background, and then min height screen, and then we're going to provide a header. So I'll just create a little comment here to remind us that this is the header, and we're going to use the header tag. So honestly, if you don't really think we need it, you can remove the comment. Then inside of header here, we're going to provide a class name. We're just going to style it real quick. BG of white, border bottom. Then we're going to have a div here, and this is going to surround the header information along the top, which includes the name of the app and a little link that goes alongside of it. So we're going to do container flex items center justify between mx auto padding in the horizontal direction of 4, py of 4. Well, if these are the same, then we can just do p of 4. So just cleaning up some tailwind there for my example code. Then we have a link component here. Make sure that you use next/link, not from Lucid React. That's just an icon, which you can see there. We don't need the chain link, thanks. We need next/link here, right? A React component that extends the HTML A tag to provide prefetching and client-side navigation between routes. It's the primary way to navigate between routes in Next.js. So we want to use that. And we're going to provide, actually, it should not be a closed tag here. I apologize. What we're going to do is provide a class name here, font of bold, text blue, 600, text of extra large, and then we're going to have paste, link, and send be the text inside of it. And I need to provide an href, which will be going back to home. So this is the escape hatch, as it's typically termed in design. So designers will call this the escape hatch. You press it, it punts you back to a quote-unquote safe location, right? So from the demo page, I need to go back to a certain, home screen, or in this case, the landing page, because this is a public side. We just allow that in pressing the logo for the page, and usually, right, that's an expected user interaction. When you click on the logo, it takes you back to the last known safe location, which in this case is the landing page. All right, and we have the div here, and I don't know why it tabbed it over. We have class name, flex, items, center, gap of 2, and you might notice me pause while I add some of the tailwind, just because I hate when tailwind is out of ABC order. It's personal hang up for me. But yeah, so we're going to use badge, and again, make sure that you're using the component badge and not the Lucid React icon. So in this case, this is the Shadcn badge, so that's why it's in @component/UI badge, right? And we are adding that one in there. We're going to set it to have a class name, styling it, BG of yellow -50, and border yellow of 200, and then text yellow -700. So just kind of a little bit of a warning here to let someone know that this is the demo mode. And we're also going to have it be variant of outline. Great. And then below this badge, we'll just have button. And then we'll have as child and variant for this to be outline as well. I need to import button, so we'll grab that. Shadcn, first pop-up, looks great. And then we're going to provide a link here with an href to login, our login page. And then we're going to do sign up, not sing up. Sign up to create your own, right? So we're done with the header there. Then we're going to create a demo notice. So we just want to make explicit sure that people know that this is the demo, right? So we're going to include div class name BG blue 50, border B, and border blue of 200. Make sure that you add in the dash. And then we'll have another div inside of here. Class name, container, mx of auto, px of 4, py of 3. So padding in the horizontal direction of 4, padding in the vertical 3. Then we have another div inside of here. Class name, flex, gap of 2, items, center, justify, center. So we're just centering everything here. And then we'll have text blue of 800. Have it be darker than its background. And then we'll have text be small. So we just want to have a small notification here. We have a span, right? Which we are saying this is a live demo of paste link and send. Try the features below, right? And then we can also have another link here, right? We just want to have as many ways to get the user to log in. So if you're running a business, you just want as many ways for a user to adopt your product, and leave it all over the place within reason, so they don't get annoyed. But yeah, just provide as many ways for someone to sign in as possible. So sign up to create your own pastes. Okay, so that's the demo notice there. And then below the demo notice, we're going to have the main content. And so for the main content, I'll put it inside of a main tag. We're going to have class name, container, mx of auto, padding in the horizontal direction of 4, and padding of 8 in the vertical direction. Then inside of here, we'll have a card from Shadcn. And we'll provide a class name of max width of 4XL, mx of auto, and width of full. And then we'll have card header. So make sure that you import both of those. Now for the top of the card header, we're going to have a div here, class name, we're going to have flex column, gap of 4. On small screens, we're going to have flex row instead, small items start, and the last small screen thing is justify between. There we go. Whoops. Then we're going to have another div here. This one is going to have a class name of flex-1. And inside of here, we're going to have a card title component. Make sure you grab that from Shadcn. Give it a class name of flex column, gap of 2. Margin on the bottom side to be 2. Small screens will do flex row and items center. Then we're going to have a span here. And give it a class name of break words. That's a weird change that Tailwind made. Make it even longer. Usually, most of these warnings to like clean things up, right? So basically it shortens things or makes them more apparent, but I guess we're going to be more verbose about this. So we're going to wrap break words. Sure. And inside of here, we're going to have a title, but since I don't have it, what I'm going to do is just say to do put title here. We'll do that in a second. Basically, we're just going to be grabbing the title from this demo paste. Or actually, I can do that right now. I don't need it's not a query. We can do that right now. What I'm going to do is just do curly braces so that I can put a variable value inside of here. And we're just going to put in the title here. We're going to have a div, class name, flex wrap, gap of 2. Then inside of here, we're going to have a few badges. So, variant, outline. We're going to have demo paste dot language. And then we're going to have another badge. This one will be public. And then I'll just create the last badge so we have it, and then we can style it in a second. So we'll have demo, and then we'll have variant. I hate when it does that. Default for that one. Well, if it's default, we don't need to include it. And then this last one here for the demo, it'll be variant of type secondary. Okay. So we're done with the card title here. Below the card title, but still within the div, we're going to add in a card description. And inside of this card description, we're going to have the styling of margin top of 2. So give some separation between the description and the title. We're going to write some things. So we're going to do created by. And then we're going to provide in demopaste.user.name. And we're going to provide a space here, and then explicitly provide a space. And then inside of here, we're going to use format distance to now from date FNS. Demo paste dot created at, and then add suffix to be true. And what does format distance to now do? Returns the distance between the given date and now in words. So basically, as you can see here, depending on the time, it comes back with a reasonable result, and basically using this to talk about how old the paste is, right? And so we're going to use another dash here just to separate things, and then we're going to have a span here, class name, text green of 600, never expires. So we'll see later on that we can set for paste to be expiring. In the case of the demo here, we're just setting it, or just hard coding it, that it never expires. So outside of the card description and outside of this div, but not this one, so between the two divs here, we're adding another div. Give it a class name of flex wrap gap of 2, and inside of here we'll have 2 buttons, and they'll have some functionality. We'll give it in a second, so I'll just comment it out, but we'll have first a class name on small screens, text small, otherwise be text extra small. We'll have an on click, but we won't have it do anything yet, so we'll just comment that out real quick. Oh, why can't I comment? There we go. The autocomplete was in the way. Size of small, variant of outline, and inside of here we're going to have a tertiary thing, right? We're going to have like a variable called copied to clipboard. We'll add that in a second. And if that's true, then we're going to say copied. Otherwise, we're going to prompt the user to copy code. Okay. And then below this button, but still inside of the div, provide another button. And actually, it looks the exact same. So all I'm going to do is actually just copy this, paste this here. So the same one. This one will be show raw, and this will be highlighted, versus raw text. It's a toggle, so it's the opposite of this one, right? And let me just make sure that there's nothing different between these two. No, there isn't. Cool. So we're done with the header. Next, we need to add a separator. So a separator is a Shadcn component. So we're just going to go all the way down here and select the Shadcn one. I suppose there are many different types of Radix UI versions of the separator, but I'll just use the Shadcn one to keep things consistent. And inside of, or underneath the separator, we're going to have a card contents component. Grab that from Shadcn as well. And when I say Shadcn like that, I mean @component/UI. That's kind of a shorthand way for me to describe that. So we're going to have padding top of 6, just to provide a space between the separator and all of the things that go inside of card content. And inside of this card content, we're going to have a div, class name, space y of 4. And then inside of here, we're going to have the actual content display. So class name, relative. And again, we're going to use show raw. And you know what? I'm just going to add show raw real quick because it should be fairly simple. It's just a use state. So when we do use state, we need the use client directive, as use client is only possible inside of client components. So state management is done on the browser. We shouldn't be doing it on the server. Really, it's not just a performance thing, but a session thing. Like why, to be able to move it back and forth takes time, takes latency, right? And really the things that are on the server side, kind of like database stuff, well, technically we can consider that stuff saved between sessions, right? And state is generally not saved between sessions. There might be cases where we want to, but just like show raw here, we would just flip it back to default if the user refreshed or restarted the session. So when we do that, we just want things to be managed at the browser level, and then, when the user is done or when they move on, just clean that up, right? Don't have to worry about it. So here we're going to do const show raw, and then have it setter set show raw, and then we're going to grab use state here from React, and we can type it, right? So I believe it'll be Boolean, and we'll set the initial value to be false there. Great. So now we have show raw, and then copied to clipboard. We can also deal with that as well. And so we'll do something pretty similar. Copy to clipboard, grab its setter, copy to clipboard, and that'll be set equal to use state Boolean, and set that initially to false. Then we're just going to create a little helper function, which we'll add into the onClicks handle, copy to clipboard, and this will be an asynchronous function here. We'll do it inside of a try catch, just in case there is some particular error that comes up. So we'll handle that. Await navigator clipboard dot write text demo paste dot content, and then set copied to clipboard to be true. So if there's no error with this, then we can just use, not copied, copy to clipboard. Oh, and did I name it something different? Copied to clipboard. Well, or yeah, that actually makes more sense. Copied to clipboard. And then same thing here. Copied, because it's the state, right? So have we copied to clipboard, true or false? Makes more sense, grammar-wise. All right, we'll grab toast from Sonar. If we have a success, then we'll tell the user copied to clipboard. So a toast is just, and sometimes you'll see it in like the corner of like VS Code. There'll be like a little pop-up window where there's a message that displays, and that's basically what a toast is. Just a way for us to be able to set a notification. We'll see that later on when we demo this. Okay, set timeout. Set copied to clipboard to be false after 200 seconds. So we're just resetting the state so that the user isn't able to click on copying more than one time, right? We kind of show them that, hey, this has been copied, then wait. I believe this is 200 milliseconds. It doesn't say, but, or sorry, it should be on this side. Let's see, number delay in milliseconds. Yeah, so 2000 milliseconds, right? And after 2000 milliseconds, basically it'll revert back to allowing someone to copy. But basically just stopping it, pausing the user real quick so that they don't like spam and then copy a bunch of times, right? Probably doesn't matter, but in some cases, right, there might be some lag if it's a heavier operation than copy. So this is just kind of good practice. And here we also need error. So we're collecting the error. So if there's a problem with copying to clipboard, which personally I've never seen, but you never know. And we're just doing a simple error message here. You could technically do like, error and I believe it's dot oh, maybe it's not handled. So if we don't have that error, then we can just leave it like that. I think that's a pretty descriptive message as to what's wrong, and again, it'll just pop up saying that it was failed to copy to clipboard. Okay, and so inside of our onClicks here for the copy, just going to uncomment this out and do handle copy to clipboard, and we'll just leave that there because it's going to call it onClick. And then here we actually need to provide a value to the state. So what we're going to do is set show raw to be the opposite of show raw. So we're just inverting the value. Okay. Great. So we have a way to manage both of those now. So down back here with show raw, what we're going to do is, if show raw is true, we're just going to render a pre-tag here and put a little bit of code inside of it. But first we're going to style the pre-tag with BG gray of 50, border, font mono, overflow X auto, P of 4, padding of 4, rounded large. So we're just curling the border, and text of small. And inside of here, we're going to have a code tag, which is just going to render demo paste.content. Great. And now for the other side of this operator, we're going to have a div. Let's close the div. Provided styling, border, overflow X auto, rounded large. And then we're going to use something which I don't know if we have yet, syntax highlighter. Whoops. Okay, and we need to install it so that we have access to that component. We'll do npm I react syntax highlighter. Let's make sure I spell that correctly. All right, we're just going to install that real quick. I'll be back once it's installed. Okay, that was a lot quicker than I expected. So coming back, we can actually import this, I hope. Oh, right. I usually cast it or rename it. Oh my gosh. You know me by now. Those of you who've been around forever, I like to reorder things in ABC order and curly brace order, I suppose. So wait, hold on a second. Let's just get that around. All right, and here I'm just going to do import Prism as syntax highlighter, just because I don't really like to just grab a tag called Prism. I'll just explain what Prism does. React syntax highlighter. The library is also called React syntax highlighter, so really they probably should have changed that. I wonder, is it just an IntelliSense thing? Can't read it? That's weird. We did install it, so let me just see if this will work. So we have, I believe this is a VS Code template here, plus, so dark mode plus from React syntax highlighter. It's weird that it auto-completes there, yet, and all of this stuff. Styles/prism. So, we need the types. Okay, yes, forgot about that. So, good catch there. We'll just paste this down here. So I just hovered over this and grabbed it here. It needs its the types. So we'll just save that, and using -- save dev to add it to dev dependencies, not the actual project dependency, since this is only really needed at development time. Oh my gosh, we've been installing really fast lately. That's crazy. Who needs bun anymore? Am I right? So inside of syntax highlighter, all the way way down here, we need a couple of props that we need to pass in, custom styles, which will be border radius of 0.5 rem. And then margin is 0. Then we're going to have language, and that'll be demo paste dot language here. Style, what we already passed in, VSC, the virtual safety car. Visual Studio Code, dark plus. Let's see, show line numbers to be, well, we can just do show line numbers, that to be true. And then I believe wrap long lines to be, oh my goodness, equal to false. It's cold in here, so my hands, they're clamming up sometimes. Did I forget something? Custom styles, language. Oh, no, style there. Custom style. Because I needed something. Oh, maybe I need something inside of here. Yeah, obviously the demo paste dot content. And there we go. I was just like, oh no, did I forget a prop? No, it's because it needs the content. So that's how we deal with a syntax highlighter there. Cool. And so yeah, when we want to just display static code and we're not using a need for Monaco editor, right, to have all of the rich VS Code style, right, IDE things in it, we just need code to look nice on a front end. That's how we would use Prism, and by proxy, what I renamed it as syntax highlighter. Cool. Then below the div, but still inside of card content, we're just going to provide a little bit of metadata and then do a demo features showcase. Cool. A lot of this just is like marketing prose, so I'll just try to speed through this. I'm not going to read through everything. Most of it's just styling. And actually, you know what? Just to save everybody's time, I'm just going to copy paste it in, because I don't think we need to just talk through this front end stuff. Yeah. So just grab that, stick that there. So we have the amount of characters in it. We have the number of lines, and we have the language. So we're just providing that bit of information. Then we have a demo features showcase. Still put it inside of the contents. And is it? Yep. It's underneath this div, but still inside of card content. Demo features showcase. And I don't know why it added in extra tabbing. Whoops. There we go. Let's see here. Yeah, so we're just making the background blue. Have a slight border around it that's light blue. The margin on the top. We have a margin below this little header here. So yeah, everything is just going to be in a grid format, right? So we just have everything stacked row by row, and you know, depending on the screen size here, we explicitly set it to medium, which is 764 pixels. So basically, everything that's medium and above, we're going to have it in 2 columns. Anything smaller than that, have it basically be single file. Yeah, we'll just copy paste this over and over again just to keep everything the same. But yeah, we're just going through all the features that we're going to have: syntax highlighting, copy to keyboard, which we just implemented. Not too difficult there. Raw text toggle, metadata display, responsive design, wonderful, and clean URLs, shareable links for easy collaboration. We will work on the sharing function later. And the last one, the last bit of shilling that we're going to do, a call to action. When someone's finished reading this, we'll ask them to log in again. Did I copy an extra div? No, that should be the right amount. Did I miss a div? I think I might have accidentally copied an extra div. There should be 3 divs, so this should be inside of a div. Maybe this one? Yes, it is. So we're just going to copy all this bit here all the way down to the bottom of the call to action. And so between these 2 divs, with the div inside of, or that has inside of it, the tertiary operator. So between these 2, right, we're just going to paste it in. And then, let's see, just move this over. There we go. And gradient to radius can be written as linear, so we'll just change that. Whoops. Cool. So just ready to create your own paces, sign up now, right? So we're just asking them to sign up. Otherwise, they can go back to home. Kind of just wrapping everything neatly in a bow. So let me just clean up the Tailwind CSS so it's in ABC order, because I don't know what's wrong with me. And then I'll be right back. Okay, we're just going to showcase the demo page real quick. So I'm going to do npm run dev. And then let's go to the website here. We already have the /demo here set up. So in app router here, since we used demo at this level and it isn't a reserved one like API, we can do /demo, and that'll take us to the appropriate page when we navigate to that in a second. There we go. That's the demo page. So all of the front end that we just created with this little banner, the header, this card that has all of the information in it, has the header, the title that we provided, React hooks or API calls, type of thing, the programming language, JavaScript here, public, demo, all the badges, copy code, which, let me take myself off the screen real quick. Let's see, because I don't remember which side the toast will appear. Oh, the toast does not appear because I need to add it. So we go over to providers here. And what I'm going to do is just add toaster at the top level here from Sonar. And I believe that now, once we have that, just hit refresh. If I hit copy code, there we go. That's the little toast that pops up in the corner, and I would have been blocking for it. So, great. Give you a little reprieve from me for a second, and let me just make this a lot bigger so it's easier to see all of the tiny stuff. So I apologize if you weren't able to read that. Maybe on your phones. You have phones. Demo mode here in the corner. Sign up to create your own, which you can see on the bottom left-hand side there goes to login. Right, we haven't really implemented a custom login page. Don't know if we need it for this example, but yeah, we have GitHub and Google as an option. Again, another sign in here. It looks funnier because it's on a smaller screen, right? But on a normal size screen, this is in the middle, this is in the top corner. Then we have raw text. So if we don't want to have code styling, we can just have the raw text here. We can toggle back over to the highlighted part here. Characters, lines, the language again. Use lowercase JavaScript here. And I mean, we could just literally go back to the top of demo page contents here and change this lowercase JavaScript to uppercase JavaScript. And there we go. So I made a little boo-boo there. What did we just experience, right? All of those different pieces there. Ready for your own paces, sign up now, blah, 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 blah. We have a sign up, and then we can go back to home. Great. I guess we can create the landing page real quick. So why don't we go about doing that? Okay, now we're in the code again. Now what I'm going to do is start working on our landing page. And so what I'm going to do is just collapse everything just so that everyone knows where I'm working from. We have our page.tsx, and then under the underscore UI, right under app here, we have our landing page contents. Now, our landing page contents, and really in our page.tsx, it's over engineered. Our landing page is just going to be purely presentational. So, in my mind, we can actually just remove a lot of this stuff. It's not needed. And I can just actually put the JSX directly on the page. There's no state management at all, so there's no client component that's even needed. So what I'm going to do is just actually delete this UI. We don't need it. I'm going to remove all this bit here and just provide a div instead. We're going to remove this. Oh, actually, honestly, we don't need this. That's gone. This one, there we go. So a lot cleaner. In here, we're just going to be mostly worried about the JSX here. So inside of this div, we're going to be writing some styles. So first, we're going to do some background stuff. So BG, and I think I'm just going to name it to linear to BR, since that's the new thing now. From blue, 50. Min height screen to indigo 50 and via white. And we'll take a look in a moment once I actually run this here. We'll run that down there. We have our header here. On the top, and we're gonna have a class name bg white divided by 80. Actually, before that, backdrop blur small, then border bottom. I could spell it right. Border B for bottom. Sticky. Top of 0, Z of 50. Just trying to put the header on top of anything that might go around it. Class name again for an inner div for the header. Container. Flex items center justify between. This is where we're going to be putting our logo, MX auto, P of 4, so padding, in every direction of 4. We're going to have the actual label of the name, class name here, or actually not a div. We need this to be, well, it's going to the same spot, so we don't need this to be a link like an escape hatchback, because we're already on the landing page. It would have not done anything, so useless to make it a link. So instead, font bold, text blue, 600, text of 2XL. Another reason why you might add a link to have the escape hatch is if you had sections, and this would basically, like, if you clicked on a link on the top and it scrolled you down the page to a specific section, you had a header that's stuck on the top, then you would click it and it would take you all the way back to the top. So that's be the reason that we would do it. We're not using that here, so it's not needed, but that might be the reason why you would see a escape hatch on a landing page. So we have paste linked and send being the website name. Awful at naming stuff. We have div here, class name. So this is on the opposite side of the logo. We have flex, gap of 4, items, center. And then we have a link here with an href that'll take us, oh my goodness, if I could spell, demo. And then inside of here, a button, Shadcn button, view demo. And then variant of this will be outline. This is not the primary one. And then we'll have a link here, href/login, and then an internal button inside of it. Don't know how that happened. And inside of here, we're just get started. Let's make this consistent. Oh my goodness. There we go. I have a new keyboard, so I'm getting used to where things are in the layout. So we have the header here. So underneath the header, we're going to have the hero section. So we're going to provide a section tag here. And I think I forgot the labels. So this will be the header. Whoops. Hero section. Then style this section by giving it container mx auto px of 4 py of 20 text center. We have a div here, class name max width of 4xl mx auto, and then we'll provide a badge here. So we'll grab that Shadcn component. The fastest way to share code and text. And can I use like a rocket icon? There we go. And yeah. Class name BG of blue 50, text blue 700. Sorry, between these border blue 200 and margin bottom of 4, and then have it be variant of outline, and then I'll just have this rocket be text of white. So I don't want the rocket to look blue. We'll just have it be kind of a white shade against it's kind of a light background actually. Let me actually open it up and see how that would look. So there we go. Okay, how does that look to everyone? Whoops, there we go. So a little black one, rocket there. The fastest way to share code and text in like a little badge on the top of the page. I mean, we could use a different color, right? Like text red. Oh, red 500. Make it a little red. I don't know. Would white have worked originally? I actually don't give it a color, so I was just wondering, like, if I don't give it a color, what color would it be? Would it be the same text blue 700? That's not that bad, right? Okay. I think we can keep this. You're free to adjust it. I just showed you how. Cool. And then underneath this badge, we'll have an H1. We'll have class name, font bold, leading tight, on margin bottom of 6, on medium screens and above, text 6XL. Otherwise, it'll be text, well, first text gray of 900 and text 5XL. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great. And then share code and text. And then we'll have a span here. Have a class name, block, and then text blue 600. And then we'll just write instantly and securely. A lot of ampersands. So it looks nice. Big bold letters for our hero section. Next, I'm just gonna paste this because I don't want to type it all out. So yes, being a little lazy here. I will write the p tag first because I want to write in ABC order the stuff here. So class name, max width of 2XL, mx of auto. Whoops. Leading, relaxed before everything, and then I forgot margin bottom of. I'm so sorry. Margin bottom of 8 here. I mean, I like putting things in ABC order. You don't have to, so you can just type them out in the order that I'm saying them. So I guess it doesn't matter for everyone. And then I would literally just copy paste this, just description that was created. Create shareable links for your code snippets, notes, and text with syntax highlighting, privacy controls, and expiration settings. Sharing has never been this simple. Div. Class name, flex column, gap of 4, justify, center, small, flex row. We're going to provide a link here. This is the call to action portion of the hero section. So we just want to draw someone in to do what we want them to do, which is in this case sign in. And then size large. And we should style it. Class name px of 8, py of 6. Text large. I'm just interested to look. I don't believe we have a button style that matches that. So what? Px of 8, py of 6. No, so these are uniform size. These are only have padding in the horizontal direction. The only one is default in the horizontal, but this is a pretty big button. So we don't have one. I don't think we're going to be reusing this size. If we were, then all you would do is just add an extra one to size, right? To be like CTA, right? And then just, copy paste this class name. Then instead we can just use, right, variant. And you can see if I hover over this, does it not show up? Do I have to save it? No, that's variant. Sorry, size of large here. So I would hover over this one instead, not variant. And you can see there's CTA, right? So if we were adding that there, and any of the non-size specific styling, you would put in the variant side. So the text large, but I think by default, okay, it doesn't have text large in there. So yeah, that's where you do it. Although, I guess you could consider text large to be a sizing thing as well. So, either way works. Whatever you decide to do. I need to make sure I did remove the call to action. Great. So, below this button, or what's inside of it, sorry, not below, start sharing now. Well, I didn't even know there was a now tag. That's super interesting. Just going to add arrow right. And we're going to give it some minor styling. Margin left of 2. Size of 5. So let's just take a look at that. So this is the little p tag. Kind of brief blurb about the product. And then the call to action button. Which if we hover over it, takes us over to login. As you can see in the bottom left. It's a bit small. I apologize. I can't make that larger in any way. Next one below it, let's see, underneath this div, but still within this div and section. I'm going to create another p tag here, class name, margin top of 4, text gray, 500, text small, free to use, no credit card required, GitHub, and Google login. Great. And now underneath this div, or sorry, underneath this section, we're going to provide another section. And I think I'm just going to copy this stuff in here because most of it's pretty repetitive. So don't want to write it over and over again, but I'll just paste it in bits just so that I can explain what each section is. So we'll just do this one first. Class name mx auto, padding in the horizontal direction of 4, py of 16. I explain this a lot, but just in case people are curious about what margin is versus padding, I can use the button to explain it. So margin is the space. So if this is a button and you gave the button margin, it's the distance between the button and the next element that's in the DOM. So in the model that we provide here, right, of all the different tags, if we provide margin, we're basically saying that I want spacing between my button element and, you know, whatever is above it in the DOM, if it's like padding top, right? If they're in a row, there's things to the left and to the right. We might have margin left, margin right. We used margin left here to separate out this arrow icon with this text, right? And padding is on the internal side. So button is a container. It has things inside of it, has some text, has this icon. When we do padding on the inside, we're basically saying we want a distance between the border of this element and what's inside of it, right? And we're using px, that's this side and this side, pl this side, pr that side, right? Py is in the vertical direction, pt top, pb bottom, all right? So just in case you were curious. So inside of here, this is the first copy that I'll do here. And what we're going to have is just a little header here to what I'm going to be naming features section. So we're just describing what's inside of this project. It's pretty much a repeat of the demo page. So that's why I'm just copying it. It's nothing intellectually stimulating that we're learning here, other than me resizing things. But yeah, you can feel free to copy this if you'd like. If you don't, no big deal. I'm not even going to mess with the styling for this anymore. Next, we're going to have a div with a bunch of cards in it. So between this div and the section that contains it, we're just going to have this div here. We're going to have a grid, and on medium-sized screens, we're going to have 2 columns of cards. On large screens and above, we'll have 3 of them. So I can show you in a second as soon as I paste all of these cards in here and import them properly. There we go. And card header, code icon from Lucid React, card title, card description, and I'm sure we have other icons that we need to bring in. Whoops, share being Lucid React, not the font. We have a lock one, which the Lucid React wasn't on top for some reason. Zap. Users. This one might be. Oh no. Lucid React on top again. And then globe. Also an icon. So if we scroll down a little bit. Nice. That's the features section there. And if I did this and just helped shrinking the screen, you can see 2 columns. Great, right? So cool. There's that. What else is there? Okay. So we're moving on to the next section here. I'll just scroll through this very quickly. If you want to copy over each one, individually. The link to the GitHub for this, by the way, should be in the description, so you can copy paste it from there as well. If you're so inclined to do so, you could also type it out, just as I am. And maybe you'll learn some stuff along the way, and maybe some improvements of how I did things. Always happy to hear how I messed up. So this one also size. So it's one of the benefits of copying stuff over writing instead of copying it. When I notice issues like this, it's good to take a once over. So there's size and then size. So I prefer to have things separate or things together whenever possible. And if I want to change it, then I'll revert it. It's no big deal. And then actually, I'll just do this. I should have been doing this to begin with. There and there. Cool. So now below here, we're going to have a how it works section. So there we go. And starting from the top here, we have another header, and we have a description of how things work in 3 simple steps. And we have another pair of, we have a grid orientation, but we say that there's 3 columns, right? But since there's only 3 steps, it's essentially the same as a row, but we're doing this so that on smaller than medium devices, mobile devices, things will be stacked on top of each other. So you could do MD flex row and have flex column be the default, right? I think those would be equivalent. So, yeah. So yeah, it keeps 3 the whole time. Below medium, which I can't really show easily, but yeah. So there's that. So that's all the 3 pieces, just a once over again. I'm not going to even bother changing any of the tail 1 CSS. This one's pretty small. And then the last bit is a final call to action. Like someone went through and read all this stuff and was like, I want to try it out. And we want to give them the opportunity to do so. So beneath this section, we are going to provide our call to action, which again has a pretty similar headers format. And then we have the same login call to action. And we have some bits of information down by the bottom. Something that you could do to optimize this if you really wanted to was like to add back in the underscore UI directory and extract like the headers for each of these sections because they're pretty similar. The call to action button, the cards you could potentially want to, although I think it's essentially the same, the little injection. So not too big of a deal, but yeah, I'm not going to do that. I don't think it's particularly needed, but you're welcome to do so. So there's the landing page. Let me just save this and go over and just show you that's what this part looks like. Oh, sorry, one more section, the footer. And a little endearing send off by the bottom, right? Built with love. Always. So cool. That is the landing page. Now we're going to move on and do a very quick home page. Nothing presentational on it at all. So we're going to clean it up again, and all it's going to do is just route someone to create a new paste it has a form that allows for someone to create a new paste and a redirect button or a link to a user's dashboard where they can see all of their pastes. So without further ado, let's jump back over to the code and change our home page. So just clearing things down here, we have the home page and the page.tsx. So we don't need any of this. We don't need this either. Oh, well, actually, whoops, we do need a couple things. We need get session, redirect to login, We don't need this portion. We don't really need any of these. Cool. And I'm just going to start providing the JSX. We don't need this homepage contents at all. Yeah. So we can remove that. And inside of here, we're going to have a div. I have a class name, min, height, screen, and whoops, my bad. Background gray 50 divided by 50, which is a subtle gray. Just makes it so it's not fully a white background. Then we're going to provide a header. The headers are different per page, so I'm not comfortable creating a shared header. There are some things that are somewhat the same, but the amount of effort to, add in the props to configure it for each individual page, it's just better if we just created a header for each. Class name, BG of white, and border bottom. Then we'll have a div here. We'll have a class name, container, flex, items, center. We've done this a million times. Justify between mx auto p of 4. I'm just going to copy this because it's the same one. We've written it thousands of times. Just going to put this to the front, and the link is next link, and I'll just move this to be in front. There we go. Alright, then on the right side of the header, class name, flex, gap of 4, items, center. We have a button as child, variant, outline. And we'll have a link, href/dashboard, my pastes, and then a sign out button, which we have in our starting point, so we didn't have to create it, in case you were wondering what it looked like. Fairly simple. I actually don't want this to go to login. It should take you back to the landing page. So I think I changed that with the starting point, but maybe I didn't. I'll have to go back and check. The most recent one. Spoiler alerts, I did not record this all in one day. So, a little behind the scenes look there. Main content. Main here, provide main tag, class name, styling it, container, mx of auto, px of 4, py of 8. We have a div here, class name, margin bottom of 8, text of center. We have an h1 here, which is, we're just providing a header that will go above our paste form, which we'll create in a second. Text gray 900, text 3XL. Create a new paste. P tag here, class name, max width 2XL, MX auto, text gray 600, and then a little subtitle here. Share your text, code, or any content with others. Create a paste, get a link, and share it anywhere. Great. And here we're going to do a to-do real quick. Add paste form. So that's our home page there. Now let me just run through this real quick. If we click on this, takes us over to the login. I'm going to log in real quick, which will take us to the home page. So we are logged in. This is what our home page looks like. So we need to create our paste form that will go underneath here. That'll create, allow for a user to create from their home page. As soon as they sign in, a new paste, they can send it out, all that good stuff. And let's just make sure that when we sign out, we get taken to the landing page. Great. So let's run over to the code real quick and create the corresponding paste form. So we're going to be creating the paste form that we want to put on our home page. So what I'm going to do is go to components, UI, or actually outside of UI, I'm going to create a new folder called paste. And inside of here, I'll create a new file, paste-form.tsx, as I'll call it. And the first thing that we're going to do is create a Zod object, which will contain the shape of what our final form input would look like. This also includes some of the optional values that the user can or cannot provide that would make a full paste. So just to start, we're going to do const paste form schema. And we're going to set that equal to z from Zod. So we'll import Zod there, .object. And inside of this, we'll have content, which will be of type z.string. And we're going to provide a constraint here, a minimum of 1, and say content cannot be empty. We're not going to cap it because I don't know how long a paste can be. Probably in a production system, you'll want to actually constrain it and maybe chunk it in a way. But I also think that if you were to do that, you wouldn't chunk it in the schema. You'd be chunking it in the actual API call, which we'll be doing once we finish this paste form. Okay, after that, we'll have expired at and z.string optional. So the user could set the paste to be expiring at a certain date, and really honestly we could actually use date instead of string, but my implementation uses string, so we'll just keep it that way, but you can certainly keep it as date. I wonder if it's because in our DB, let me see if expired at, is there not an expired at? Oh, here it is, expired at. There is a timestamp, so I suppose that we could use it with date instead, sorry, lowercase d date. So we'll hold that. Maybe it's because there's some funky like conversions that need to be done between getting this Zod date to match with this timestamp. I don't know if that's going to be a problem, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Do little optimizations on the fly. So is public z.boolean. So whether or not a paste is going to be available to the public or not. Then next is language. So which programming language we're going to be using. So that'll be z.string. And we'll have title, which will be z.string.optional. If there isn't one, then we'll just give it a default name. We'll provide a type for the schema. So paste form, whoops, with an E, paste form values is equal to z.infer type of paste form schema. Const language options. And I'm actually just going to paste in what I had before because really I don't think there's any educational point from rewriting each one of them one by one. Feel free to pause the video and check these out yourself, but I basically just grabbed all of the typical and primary programming languages. You're welcome to add more or remove them if you don't like a certain one. You know, people are annoying talking about a certain programming language. You can certainly remove them if you'd like, or add more of them. So notice that some of them are also not programming languages, such as just regular old plain text, to, you know, scripting languages, to database queries, and just, commands and text formats. So all that usual stuff there. Then we're going to do const expiration options, and I'm going to make this all caps here just to mark this as a constraint. So this is just hard-coded information that we make available to our interface to use. So inside of here, well, I guess technically there's no value in me also just writing all of these out. So I'll just paste this in here and talk about it. So basically, we're just going to have a key value pair here from label to value, same as what we had with the language options. And basically, we're just keeping track of, our label here, which, is longer and also has spaces, doesn't necessarily work for a value, which we may want to pass here. So it's actually interesting. Maybe this is the reason why this has to be a string and not a date, is because we probably don't calculate the date from this expiration option. We're just passing in the actual duration, and then in our API call, we will just calculate the end date. So I suppose either way works. You're just pushing something off to the server side or doing more calculations on the client. So for the way that we have it here, I'm just going to go with a string for the expired at value here. So I apologize if I am making you go back and change that. But, you're welcome to change this or change our implementation a little bit to actually calculate what the end date is. Then that would work with using date here instead of string. But yeah, we'll check on later or not in our tRPC implementation how everything gets hooked up. Great. Okay, now for the actual component itself, export const paste form. All right, and we'll provide an arrow function here. First thing we're going to do is just grab use router from Next/navigation. It's always a weird hang up. Make sure that you have Next/navigation or the use router from Next/navigation, not the one from router. Then next const is submitting. Set is submitting. And that'll be a state, which we'll use in a second. And we'll set this initially to false. Then we're going to grab, and actually before we start dealing with some of the tRPC queries or the API calls, let's create the interface first. So let's do return, and let's put some JSX in here. So we'll be using card, and let me just make sure that this is the @components notation. So the reason that I usually do the @components notation is, let's say for instance that paste form is only going to be used in just the home screen. And before I had placed it here because I thought, maybe I'm going to use it globally. But instead, this is really only going to be a home paste form. Well, I can rename this and then move this over to home, and all of the imports still work instead of having to worry about, okay, did everything change over to home correctly? Am I pointed at the right location? Do I still have that ... / notation and it didn't update, or maybe it did? Who knows? So instead, just use @components on the start here, and then we don't have to worry about it. Of course, with AI, they'll probably fix it themselves, but we're still on the farm manually tilling our soil here, so gotta do this ourselves. So for the card, we have a style here, max width of 4XL, MX of auto, width of full. Typical stuff that we would do for a card with some kind of spacing on either side, right, that we want to provide in. So that's what this max width of 4XL is. So if you want it to be a little bit wider, you can choose many of the different numbers, 5XL, 6XL. I think it's the largest one. I'm actually not sure. I think it's this dash. Let's see here. No, it goes up to Wow, actually quite big. I thought, you know, honestly, I never use it. Use max width to all this level. I'm usually around 4XL, or actually, I think 4XL is. So 7XL is 80 rems, 120 or 1280 pixels. So honestly, none of these get even close to it. So yeah, 7XL is your largest. These are all pretty small by comparison. So we will go with 4XL. Don't have to make this paste form massive. Here we're going to have a header. Then inside of here, we're going to have a card title. We need to style it. So we'll provide class name here, flex, items, center, justify, between. And inside of this title, we'll provide create new paste. And whoops, below this, we'll do a div. We'll have a class name, some styling for this, flex, gap of 2, font normal, which needs to go in front of gap, and also correct the spelling. Normal, gap of 2, text, muted foreground, and text small. And we're going to provide some badges inside of here. So we're going to grab that from @/components, which we have to update. Oh my goodness, @/components. There we go. And let's just bring that up. So it's an ABC order. So we have our badge here, and provide a style to it. Or no, sorry, not style. Variant. Here we go. And we need our quotes here to use outline. And I'm actually going to copy this because we need the exact same badge. We're just putting different things inside of the badge. We'll have line count with the amount of lines. And we'll add line count in a second. And then we'll have character count. Characters. So why don't I add those in? Oh, maybe not yet. We need the form first. Sorry. So we'll leave that for now. Then after the card title here, we'll have card description. Share your text or code with others by creating a paste. Underneath the card header here, but still inside of the card, we're going to add card content. And we'll finally add our form here. So we'll use form. And we'll grab it from, I believe, @/components/UI form. Let me just verify that real quick. Yes, that's correct. I'm always correct. Don't ever question me. I think this now might be a good time to create, some of the form stuff from React Hooks form. So we're going to do const form is equal to use form from React Hooked form. So this hooked is going to be able to allow us to use some pretty powerful form management stuff. So first thing we're going to do is provide default values, which they should directly map to the schema that we provided up here. But all of them should really be empty or default. So our content will be default. Expires at will be never. Is public will be true. So we'll just default paste to be public by default. The next language, which will be text. So it'll be corresponding to plain text. Initially, we can let the user select which programming language they want to use. And then we'll have title here, which will obviously be empty. So the user has to provide one. Then next, this one's default values. I don't know why I just wrote default. There we go. And let's see, what's wrong with expires at? Oh, is expire at, I believe. No, it is expires at. Why is this not connecting? It's a string. It does not exist in type. Oh, expired at. with a D. Yeah, okay. That looked really weird to me. Okay, and then we're gonna do resolver to be Zod resolver paste form schema. And we need to import this, so we'll just grab that. I believe, okay, it's a special import. So let me just grab this, move this up here, make this /components, and then here we'll provide import Zod resolver, and this is from @hookform resolvers /Zod. There we go. So it's a bit of a unique import, so that's why it doesn't import very cleanly. And here we can do a spread of the form values here, grabbed by the return value of this hook here, and then form needs to have stuff in it. So what we're going to do is first add in a form tag here. Class, oh, nope, no class. Oh, yeah, it does have a class name. And that'll be space y of 6. And then we'll have an on submit, which for right now will be empty while we deal with some other things. First off, we're going to deal with the title. So form field. And inside of here, we'll have control be equal to form.control. Then name will be title. Render field, and we'll have form item inside of this render. We'll have, whoops, this should be a open value, or a open component, so they can have children. Inside of here, we'll have form label with title. We'll provide the optional to it. We'll have a form control, and inside of here we'll have an input. Also grab that from @components. We need to spread everything from fields in here, and then placeholder, give your paste a title, ellipses. Great. And usually I place my changes above the spread, but I think some people prefer it differently. Honestly, this kind of matches the object look, because usually you spread the values first before providing all of your custom. So I think I'll go with this instead. Okay, so we're done with that form field. Then for the next one, form field again. Oops. And control will be equal to form control again. The name for this one will be content. We'll have a render here. Inside of here, another form item. We'll have a form label, and we'll write content with a star that'll indicate that it is required. There it is. Then we'll have a form control. We'll have a text area. I'm also @components UI. I don't think I've been writing those, so let's just go up here real quick. I'll just copy these. Nope. Change that. Change that. There we go. Back down to here. Inside of this text area, we're going to have a spread of field, and then class name, min height of 300 pixels, font mono. I'll put this up front. And then let's provide our placeholder. Paste your text or code here. Ellipses. And then we're going to have a settings row here by the bottom. So let me just separate this out. So still within our form tag here, but below all of the form fields that we've created, we're going to create a settings row. And we're going to provide a class name here, gap of 4. We're going to have grid columns of 1. On medium and above screens, we're going to have grid columns of 3. Great. And so in here, we're going to have another form field. This one's going to be for language. And we're going to have control be form control again. We're going to have name be language. We're going to have render. And a lot of stuff inside of here. Field. And we're going to have our form item. Form label, which will be language. We'll have a select here. Let's grab that from @components UI. So make sure you don't grab the one from Picker or the one from Radix UI. Go back up here. Just paste this. Oh, whoops. Gotta put that there. Great. All the way back down to the bottom here, we have select. So the select will have default value be equal to form.value. And then, or sorry, field.value, not form.value. Field.value. And then on value change will be field.onChange. And inside of the select, we'll have form control, select trigger with a select value. A lot of nested stuff in here with a placeholder of select language. Close that up. Below the form control here, we're going to have select content. And we'll have language options, our constant that we created before, with a list of a bunch of stuff. We're going to have a mapping here of option. And for every option within the list options, we're going to create a select item to make sure that you're grabbing those from @components, not Radix UI. We're going to need to set a key, because whenever we map through a list and we are rendering a bunch of JSX, each one of them needs a unique key. We just do option.value. And then value will be equal to option.value. So just using the same one for both of those. And then here we're going to provide option.label. Right? So we're using the actual value in our logic, and for our display, we're using each of these more descriptive labels, right? But for our language options, we just want to use, all lowercase. Everything is, except for plain text, is all in one word. Also a little bit shortened in most cases. But usually we don't want a lot of regular alphabetical character, not regular, alphabetic character, whatever. A letter from the alphabet. We want to use letters from the alphabet. Jesus. Okay. What's next after language? So still within the div, but after this form field, we're going to have pretty much the same thing. So what I'm going to do is just copy this and paste it, but we're going to be using it for expire at instead. And then here, expiration. That's all same. Select expiration duration. A little rhyme there. Instead of language options, we're going to use expiration options. And then we're going to have, it could still be an option. So all these are the exact same. Great. And then we just need something pretty simple for making it public or private. So one last time, we're going to do form field here. Oh, I love that half of web development is just creating forms over and over and over again. I cannot wait for the AI overlords to take this job away from me. Render here with another field. Oh my god, what did I do there? Here we go. Form item. Give it a styling. Class name flex dash row items center. I forgot a border at the beginning here. I'll just provide border here. Justify between P of 4 rounded large. There we go. And then inside of this form item, we'll have another div. Class name space y of 0.5. We'll have form label. Provide some styling to it. Text of small. Field dot value. It's either public or private, and remember that the value for this would be a boolean. So if it's positive, if it's a positive boolean value, it'll be public. If it's private, or it's negative, it's private. False. Sorry, I don't know why I said positive, negative. True or false? If it's true, it's public. If it's false, it's private. Great. So below this label, provide a description, form description. Here, is that the first time we're importing that? Wow, that's crazy. That was really the first time that we imported that. Provide a class name here, text of extra small. Then field dot value. Anyone with the link can view. And on the other side of the ternary operator, only you can view. Great. And then outside of this div, but still inside a form item, I'm going to do a form control, which will have a switch. Grab it from /components UI, as usual. Checked is equal to field dot value, and the on checked change will be set equal to field dot on change. So great. We have most of our form done there. We just have to have a way to submit. So what we're going to do is just add a div here, class name, flex, justify end. So basically we're putting the button on the right side. And then we'll have a button here. First time using a button in this component, I suppose. It's going to have a couple things. Class name on medium screens width of auto, otherwise width of full. We'll have disabled, so we don't want the user submitting when it is already submitting, which we'll deal with in a second. Or not form.form state dot is valid. So if we're missing a value, is valid, not is value. Is valid. There we go. If the form state, meaning whatever the user has inputted, doesn't match this schema here, then we disable the submit button because obviously they've done something wrong. Our type here will be submit, and inside of this button we'll have is submitting, and if that is true, then we're saying creating with an ellipses, or we're going to do create paste. There we go. So we have this paste form almost all done. We just have some logic that we have to deal with here, and some of that is related to tRPC. So what I'm going to do is go down to tRPC here, where we're going to create our first tRPC procedure, and inside of servers, routers, I'm going to create a new file here, paste.ts, and inside of here we're going to do export const paste router is equal to create paste, create tRPC router here, and we're going to provide an object, and inside of here we're going to do create, and create is going to be assigned to the value of a protected procedure, and we grab that from /init. If you're wondering what a protected procedure is, it's a tRPC procedure that has a middleware in it, and that middleware is allowing for us to do an authorization check here from our Better-Auth implementation that we had. If you need more information about that, watch the video in the description where I go over my tRPC setup and how Better-Auth works. But just know that if you're using protected procedure, you've basically conducted an auth check. The other one, base procedure, here is just the same thing as the protected procedure, except that it doesn't do an auth check. So unauthorized or public API usage, we're going to use the base procedure. If we need an auth check for stuff, like creating a paste, then we'll use protected procedure because we can filter for unauthorized people trying to make this mutation. So dot input here after protected procedure, and then inside of input we're going to do z and import it from Zod object, and the object is the same one that we provided here in paste. Just going to go up to the top, copy this bit here, paste it in, reformat it a little bit. Great. And after input we're going to do a mutation. So we're going to have async and provide context and input. Inside of here we're going to do const new paste is equal to await context.db.insert paste dot values, and paste is an imported value. I believe I don't have it created, so let's go over to our DB and our schema here, and let's see, where would our paste be? Oh, it looks like we don't have it inside of our database, what the type of paste is. So let me just grab that real quick. Guess we've never had to deal with it yet, so I'll just add that in. Export const, so I'm going to create a new table for that. Paste is equal to Postgres table. Label it as paste, and inside of here we're going to have a bunch of different things. We're going to have ID, UUID. These grabbed from Zod, so there's going to be ID dot primary key. Oh, is it not from Zod? Where is UUID? UUID is from PG Core. My apologies. Not from Zod. So used to using Zod. There we go. Let's go back down to here. So now it does have primary key and default random. Whoops. Oh my goodness. Default random. It should be period, it should be comma. Then user ID, which I can probably just find it. This one. So just grab this same part here and paste it down here. Same interaction, title, which would be text of title, content, which will be text of content, not null. So we require that as opposed to the title, which is, again, optional. We have a language, which is not imported from anything, so don't import it. It's just the key inside of the table or the column. Name. We have text, language, dot default to be text. Then expired, expires at. Honestly, I actually think expires at sounds better than expired at because it's probably more descriptive. Yeah, because it's not when it expired, it's when it expires. So I'm actually going to go back and change that real quick. So we're going to do Control F, expired at, and whoops. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? No, I need to open this up. There we go. Expires at. There we go. And replace all. There we go. So everything should be expires at. I don't see anything No issues other than the stuff that we haven't completed yet. So we'll just save this. Go back to paste here. We haven't finished our table yet. We're going to keep using expires at, so we're consistent across the board. Public Boolean, which will be labeled is public, not null. Default is true. Then created at, which will be a timestamp. Created at, whoops, underscore created at, dot not null, dot default now. I don't know why I keep misspelling default, or at least the start of it. Updated at, timestamp. I could have just copied this from the multitude of other created ats, but not null, dot default now. Here we go. And once we're done with the paste table here, we're going to do export const user relations. Set equal to relations here. We're going to have user. There's going to be a many relationship here, because for users, they're going to have many potential pastes. So we're just going to set that up there. And then the opposite is true, because in paste relations, if I could spell it right, relations, use that relations, we're going to paste here, and it's going to just have one that's going to be used. And so we're going to have user, and with, there's only going to be one user per paste, right? So one owner, essentially, of each of the pastes here. We're going to have fields, paste.user ID, and references here will be user.id. Great. So now that we have this paste set up, what we can do is add it in there, grabbing it from /db/schema. Great. And now inside of this paste, we're going to need to pass a lot of things in. So we're going to have user ID, which would be equal to context.user.id. We're going to have title to be input.title. We have content input.content. Language, which will be input.language. Expires at input.expires at. And is public to be input.is public. Great. Am I missing anything else? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope, 6. Is this just because I need to do is returning? We can actually get a return value for new paste. No, we seem to be missing something. It's because these ones, I say not null, default now. Okay, so before we add in this expires at, we actually need to turn it to the right type, because remember that these are strings, but expires at needs to be a date. So that's what this thing is complaining about, right? String is not assignable to type date. So we just need to grab this expires at and change it. So what we're going to do is const now is equal to new date, and then do const amount and unit is equal to parse int, right? Input dot expires at, and what I'm actually going to do is check if input dot expires at to be not equal to never, which should be put into a string. So let me do this here. Let expiration date be equal to undefined. And if you were worried about the typing of this, since it can just be of type any, what we're going to do is we can do a date or undefined. So now expiration date will be forced to that type. Now we're going to check if it's never, then we leave it as undefined, and we're just going to pass the same thing here. So expiration date colon expiration date, right? So if it is undefined, because it is never, we're just going to pass in the undefined value. I mean, I guess we could explicitly say that it's undefined, right? I mean, I guess technically we can just pass in expiration date, because if all we're going to do is just pass in undefined, then that'll be undefined. And we don't need to actually do the ternary operator to suss that out, because all we're going to do is just modify it within here. So back to the code here real quick. Expires at dot slice 0, -1, expiration, input dot expires at dot slice -1. Now let's see what's wrong here. If it's undefined, oh gotcha, it's because I used the expires at for whatever reason. There we go. And now for this one, it's possibly undefined, so we need to also do the type check in here. Dot expires at, or input dot expires at is equal to never, or not equal to never, sorry. Yep. So if it's not never, or if expiration date is optional, then keep it as undefined and we pass it through. Otherwise, we're going to do some things to it. Oh, sorry. Okay, let's do and. So then we get through this point. We don't need that, right? Yeah, it expires at. There we go. Cool. Phew. We're going to have a switch statement here with unit. And we're going to have case of h, return new date now dot get time plus amount, which we extracted here from this nifty statement that pulls out the amount and the units from the date object. We're going to multiply this by 60, by another 60, and convert it from seconds over to, or milliseconds over to regular seconds. Right, and that's for the hour, because seconds times minutes times, or sorry, yeah, how many seconds are in a minute, how many minutes are in a hour. So that's just that math there. D, return new date now dot get time plus amount. And now for day, right, we do the same calculation. We just multiply it by 24 hours in a day. So we added times 24. Case. There we go. Default return undefined. If somehow, for some reason, the end of it, right, this slice here that says the end of the expires at -1 should get you the unit. Everything before that gets you the amount. For some reason, if the unit is not at the end of this date object for whatever reason, then we return undefined. That would be a really rare case. I don't actually know the circumstance in which calling date would fail. Maybe like doing this date constructor fails somehow. Never has happened to me, but there's always something new whenever. Oh, sorry, I did return here. This should be expiration date is equal to. And honestly, given that we can just pass through, we don't need that. We'll just do this. There we go. And so now expiration date, if it goes through all of this, has the hour or date unit, we can just grab that, and that'll be a date object. Or if this condition is never met, or these two cases aren't met, then it's still undefined. So great. We have this new paste here, and we're going to return it. What we're going to have here for new paste is a list here of pastes. So when we grab returnings, we're grabbing all of the pastes, but we only need the first one. So we're just going to return new paste at the 0th index, generally the first one. So there's that. So we have our create procedure. So hopefully that gave you a bit of an understanding about how to create tRPC procedures. I know that in the tutorial, in the description, we actually went through how to create procedures, but this is obviously one that's a little bit more involved, has a little bit of logic that we have to deal with. So hopefully a pretty good comprehensive showcase of how to deal with tRPC procedures. Now on the other end, now we're going to be dealing with Tanstack Query. So inside of our paste form here, what we're going to do is create a tRPC instance here from the use tRPC hook, which we grab from the client side. And then we're going to create a create paste mutation. We're going to use mutation, the use mutation hook from Tanstack Query. It's up here. We pass in tRPC dot paste. Oh, we haven't registered the paste router. That's why it's not appearing here. So we're going to have paste paste router. Just grab from /paste. So that's registering it, registering the router. So now we do tRPC dot. We'll see paste be there. And we should have the create procedure as well available. And we're going to have mutation options. We need to pass in a couple things. So on error, if we have some form of issue, then we're going to return toast.error, the error.message, and if that doesn't exist, then failed to create paste. And generally the only error that we would have is the authorization error, because that seems to be typically the one for this protected procedure that we're using here. Although, right, caveat, we wouldn't hit that on the home page because we already have a auth check here. But as a reminder, this paste form, since we put it at the global components level, and really even if we put it within our app folder, or inside of the app folder, we technically use it anywhere around there. It would just be messier, the import statement, but just by convention, right? Stuff that goes into the global level components we can use anywhere within our app. So just by that case, we don't know if we're putting the paste form within a potentially publicly facing page. So thus, we want to, still have safeguards even within the tRPC procedure, right? But technically, this error 9 times out of 10 wouldn't happen. The 1 out of 10 would be your internet cuts out, or, NeonDB gets nuked or whatever, right? So those are obviously things that are very unlikely to happen. Neon did get acquired since I've started using Neon, and, we'll see about how well it holds up in the future. If not, then I might want to look more at Supabase or, just a S3 blob storage cloud-based option, because, I want to do what's best for you, not just what's best for me to implement. Even though tRPC is very easy to use, if it's going to be unreliable, then obviously we're going to have to choose something different. So what else I did? So I just created the success function here, and we're going to grab the paste that I returned here. And if we hover over it, we can see that we have that paste there. And we're going to give a toast, a successful one. It says the paste is created successfully. And then we want to actually go to the paste page after we're done creating one. So what we're going to do is using backticks. That's right next to the number 1 on your typical keyboard. It's the key to the left of that. Use those backticks inside of it, /$. When we do $, there, we can put in variables. So $, curly brace, paste.username. So we're grabbing the username from the paste, and we're going to do /$ paste.id. So this is going to be the structure that we're going to have in how we access paste. So we're going to sort pastes by user ID and the individual paste ID as well. So there's that. There's the mutation. Sorry, this is a comma. And now we need to have our onSubmit here. So what I'm going to do is const onSubmit is equal to async values paste form values set is submitting to be true. And then we're going to try here await create paste mutation dot mutate async. And then we're going to pass in all of our values here that we grabbed from the form. So content values dot content and language to be values dot language, title colon values dot title or undefined. Actually, let me check something. Is this value title is potentially undefined here? So actually, I don't need to write all of these out because they're the exact same. All I need to do is actually just provide values in here. I believe it should work. Object literal values does not exist. That's strange. Oh, it's because it's an object. So I just pass in values like that. There we go. So it works. And then try, and then finally, once we're done, I'm going to set is submitting to be false. So clean up on the other end there. Okay. And now for our line count and character count. Oh, sorry. I'm going to pass in onSubmit first. There. Whoops. And for the onSubmit, we actually need to pass it as form.handleSubmit and then pass in onSubmit to this handle submit here. So I did that on purpose to show you that you needed to put in the handle submit here. Part of the process of using React Hooks form. And now for the line count and character count, we're going to have const character count with a capital C for count is equal to content. Actually, we need to create it first. Content, or const content value is equal to form.watch content. So we're just creating a watcher here, right, that subscribes to a single field. And so whenever we make a change to this text area here, these character counts and eventually line count is going to get modified. So we're going to just do content value dot length, or there we go. And the const line count is equal to content value dot split, and we're going to look for any new line character. So \n dot length. So how many new line characters we see, that's when that's our line count there, right? So that seems pretty sensible, and that is our paste form. So hopefully that's another great tutorial on how to use React Hooks form. We grabbed a couple things that we should probably clean up here. There's that. There's that. Let's bring this up to the top. And okay, cool. So now we can go back into the home page here. Instead of the to-do add paste form, all we're going to do is just remove that and just grab the paste form. There we go. And I imported it from @component/paste/place form. Wonderful. And now, if we go to our website, let me log in real quick. Okay, so we actually had an error there, and I forgot. Since we are using use router here, we need to declare this as a client component. Use client. And also whenever we do any hooks, like use form, use tRPC, or mutations with Tanstack Query, they all need to be inside of a client component. So don't forget about that. Now that we have that, you can see, there we go. We have our new paste interface here. It is blindingly white. Ugh, it's late now while I'm recording this to walk through, so this is blindingly white. Maybe we can ask Claude to add in dark mode, but it's not part of this walkthrough. So instead, let's go back to little eye relief there, regular VS Code. So now that we're done with all of this part, we need to implement this page that we're pushing people to. And this page will have the paste that is corresponds to the paste ID and the user ID. So what we're going to do here is in apt here, we're going to just first do user ID, and then nest inside of here again. We'll have a new folder here. I'll call this paste ID. That's the one that goes on the inside there. And then we'll create a page.tsx here. So first off, what we're going to do is create a interface here. So we're going to be grabbing the params here. So whatever values is in the URL for user ID and paste ID, we want to be able to pull that. And so what I'm going to do here is provide paste view page props. And inside of here, we're going to have params. And that is going to be of type promise. We're going to have user ID of string and paste ID of string. So I'm going to break my ABC order convention because I'll want to have the params in the order that they appear in the URL. So usually stuff like that really bothers me. It does not in this case because there's a valid reason in my mind to do so. So we're going to have paste view page here, and it's going to be an arrow function. It's going to be an asynchronous one. We're going to have quite a few things that we're going to need to resolve in our server component here, some prefetching, along with destructuring the parameters, since the new version of Next.js uses a promise to deal with parameters. We're going to need to await this params so that we can be able to grab the values from it. So we'll provide params here. We'll provide the type here, paste view page props. I hate that IntelliSense says that those are errors with a weird comma expected when all you need to do to fix it is just finish out the arrow function. So don't know when IntelliSense would be that intelligent that it sees what's coming, but inside of here, we're going to destructure our params here with user ID, paste ID, set that equal to await params. Okay, so after we're done waiting for our promise, or params promise to resolve, and we grab our values here, we're going to want to validate it. So, and specifically the paste ID. So since we're using UUID, just want to make sure that it's a valid paste ID before we start putting it, passing it as props and, running operations in it. We just want to make sure that it's valid one. So we're just going to do UUID regex here. And I'm just going to copy paste it so I don't accidentally copy it over wrong. You can just find this in the GitHub, so you'll be able to grab the right one. But just to kind of walk through it, right? So in this normal regex here, 0 to 9, A to F here, in case you're not sure what that means. Some of the computer science students maybe will recognize some hexadecimal here. So we have 16 possible values here. We put this 8 here within the curly brace, so it's 8 characters. Normal for a 36 character UUID, which is standard Might have to update this. I actually don't know because I think I'm using UUID v4, but I believe that it should still be 36 even with newer implementations of it. I think I should probably be not upgrading, but updating my version of UUID to one that's less prone to UUID overlap, but that's a conversation for a different day. Here, we have these hex characters, right? And we're saying that it's 8, then 4, then 4, then 4 again, separated by these hyphens. And the last one is 12 characters, right? And with this I, we're just saying it's case insensitive, so we can have uppercase and lowercase. So we have this regular expression that we've created, and then based off of this regular expression, what we're going to do is UUID regex.test, and here you can see in the definition, returns a Boolean value that indicates whether or not a pattern exists in the search string, right? So when we're going to be passing in, right, paste ID in here, we're running it against the regex, and if it doesn't match, then what we're going to do is punt the user over to a 404 page, right? Next.js automatically generates a 404 page for you. You don't have to declare it yourself or make one up. They give you one already. It would look bog standard, just like if you have an error that you haven't created an error page to catch, which for this project we'll create an error page, but let's say, for instance, we did not, and we hit a runtime error for whatever reason. Next.js also has a error page, and sometimes you'll see, like, I can see in the wild, oh, that website uses Next.js because it uses the standard error page, right? So for this case, 404 error, we'll just pass them to the default 404. There isn't really a lot of custom behavior that we're having with the not found, so we don't really need to, create a new one. It would just literally be a, navigate to dashboard prompt. So I don't really think that we need to mess around with it. Now below this, we're going to start the auth process here. So const session is equal to await get session. And we're using Better-Auth. So once the get session, the return value is a promise. So once that promise resolves, we get the session, right? And if we have a valid session, then we do things. Now, actually, if I was mentioning auth checks, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the paste view page is public, right? Because we either have public pastes and private pastes. So we're not going to redirect right away. We're going to pass it to our contents, and based off of the fact that we are authorized or not, and depending on if the paste is private or public, we'll allow for the client side, after it's retrieved the information from the server and made that determination whether or not a paste is private or public, we'll allow for it to either punt the user somewhere else or display a, you don't have access to this, or if you were trying to be even more secure and prevent people from, just blitzing through all of the possible paste IDs to try to figure out, oh, this paste ID does exist at this particular URL, and, there's just some information phishing that does go on from a security perspective. Maybe you just want to provide the most generic, it doesn't exist for everything, right, for unauthorized users. So, and even for authorized users but who don't have access to stuff, you probably want to gate it as well. These are all just normal security stuff for this application, right? We're just going to probably have something super bog standard. But obviously, when you're working in a super production application, these are things that you're generally going to have to think about. Moving on from getting the session, we'll also get query client. So we'll do some prefetching here. So get query client, void query client dot prefetch query. And we're going to have to create our tRPC procedure. So let's go back down to tRPC, back to this paste.ts router. So we have a procedure to create. and I'll just write it down here so that we can know what we're trying to grab, or what procedure we're trying to use. Get by user and paste ID. Seems pretty sensible. I'll just finish this out. Query options. We'll pass in user ID and paste ID. So from this, we should probably get an indication of what our procedure should look like. This is the behavior that we're expecting. We have two parameters that, two parameters that we have to pass in. We validated it, all that good stuff, right? So inside of our paste router here, I'm just going to go all the way to the bottom, and now get by user and paste ID. Actually, I should just copy this so that they both use the same one. Oh, I don't capitalize and. I should probably capitalize and. So we'll do that for both here. That kind of defeated the purpose of the copy paste, but I also did see what was wrong with that. Now, I'm not going to use a protected procedure like we did for create, because pastes can be public, right? And so with the protected procedure, you have to be logged in as an authorized user to be able to run a protected procedure. So instead, what we're going to use a base procedure, right, that allows for unauthorized or unauthenticated users to access it, right? So if it's a public paste, anybody can take a look at it. Well, unauthorized and authenticated, right? Because it's not really unauthorized, and I shouldn't intermix the two. Unauthorized means they don't have permission to look at it. Unauthenticated users just means they don't have an account. So I'm going to use that term if I was using it interchangeably. In the case of base procedure, I mean that they don't have an account, right? They're allowed to look at it. All right. We also happen, because of base procedure, and we're not checking authorization, unauthorized users also are allowed to look at it, right? And so if there are any need to enforce privacy, we're doing it on the client side and not on the server side. So this is the design trade-off that I'm making here with this protected procedure, right? Or with this base procedure. But I'm not using protected procedure because I need public paste to work, right? So there's a trade-off there. The only security is happening on the client side, right? So maybe if you need things super buttoned down, you'll make two separate queries. There might be a flag. Who knows, right? We'll still be doing some gated checks within this base procedure, but most of them will just be for, does the paste actually exist? Does it exist for the given username? Those type of things, right? And we'll move on from there. So inside of this base procedure, we're going to be receiving two inputs, and we're going to use Zod object here to make sure we have the right proper types. User ID, which will be Z of string, and paste ID, which will be of type Z.UUID. There we go. And then we'll have query, and then async context and input. And inside of here, whoops, this needs to be comma. Const found paste, whoops, not found or paste. Found paste is equal to await context dot db dot query dot paste dot find first. And we're gonna do a where and. Is that the first time we're pulling it, I guess? So we grab that from Drizzle ORM. Oh, really? That's our first comparison. How exciting. Whoops. Cool. Yeah, that looks fine. Inside of here, we'll also use equals. Great. Paste user, paste dot user ID. And we'll compare that to input dot user ID, comma, equals paste dot ID, input dot paste ID. And what we're going to do now is not just grab the paste, but we also want the user data that goes along with it. And that's when in our schema here, this relation becomes really important, because now we can do with and create a complex query. We're going to grab user, right? And we're going to grab the columns that are related to this user, ID to be true, and name to be true. So if we look at the final value of found paste here, we have all of the normal stuff that is within the paste, but then you can see here we've added an extra field due to the relation, and we're grabbing only these columns that we've designated, ID and name. So great, we've been able to pull that. You might have noticed that found paste could potentially be undefined. So if it doesn't exist, they can't find one that satisfies both of these equality operations here. Then we're going to do if not found paste, right? If it doesn't exist, then we're going to throw new tRPC error, right? Code not found, and message paste not found, right? Whoops, not page, paste. There we go. So here's a point of variation here, right? So if you wanted to gate things within the procedure so that you had on the server a little bit of protection for private pastes without punting it over to the client side, right? Let's say that we wanted an extension to our paste schema where we wanted to allow people to invite different people. And, you know, maybe that's an upgrade that you can comment down below if you want to see me. Maybe use a service like Resend to send emails. Can allow for invites to people, specific people for pastes, right? If we kind of think of pastes either being public or private based off of how we're sharing them, right? We can gate them inside of this base procedure here by doing if not found paste dot is public, right? So that means it's private, right? And found paste dot user ID is equal to context dot user dot ID. Input dot user ID here. User ID. There we go. So like if those things don't match, right, and it's private, then we're going to throw an error where we do throw new tRPC error, right? Code forbidden and message this paste is private. Now, caveat, right? Because this isn't necessarily the user's ID, we'd have to go back to our page here and from our session pass in context.user.id, right? Or sorry, not context, session. User.id, again, because session could possibly exist or not, right? In the case of someone who is unauthenticated, right? We'd probably be passing in like the paste owner ID, which would match owner ID here. User ID would instead be this paste.user.id. And up here, we'd be doing user ID z.string optional, right? So it would be dot optional here. Whoops, dot optional with the parentheses. And, you know, owner ID. So we would replace owner ID here instead of user ID. We're just matching the user ID of the paste with the owner ID. But the user ID is the person who's calling it, right? Or, you know, we could change this to owner ID, this one to be caller ID, you know, whatever naming convention you want to use, right? We can keep user ID to be the one that's grabbed from the parameter here, I suppose, right? We could grab session.user.id and pass it in as the caller ID, right? And basically, down here we would do if found paste.user does not equal to caller ID, right? Then this paste is private because the user ID for the paste doesn't match the person who's calling it, so thus they don't have access to a private paste. If we were to do the upgrade where a paste, we'd probably do a pivot table where we would do a table named paste invitee, for example, for people who have been invited to look at a private paste, and inside of it would just have an ID, maybe just a email of type text, right, of email, and it would be a pivot table for each paste. There can be many paste invitees. We would, if we found the paste, grab all of the paste IDs down here, and I'm weird, I don't know why this didn't tab right, but you would find all of the paste IDs and then do the check as well here, right? So it would be an or condition here, right? So like or, all invitees here, right? And here's where we would get all paste invitees, right? You would do one or the other, right? Like caller is one of all the invitees, right? Or they directly match the person who owns the actual paste ID, and maybe it would make more sense to rename it even in the schema to owner ID, right? Instead of just having user ID here. But this is if we wanted to upgrade it. You can do it on your own time, or as like a little challenge for yourself, or if you feel like you want me to do it, comment down below, and I'm happy to kind of release an upgraded version. But for me, right, we can do it either on the client side or we can do it on the server side. You know what I'm kind of thinking? I might go against my starter code here and actually just use this portion here. I might just gate it if it is private in the procedure, right? So if the paste is designated as private by being, not is public, right? And if there is a caller ID that doesn't match, right? Then we'll do z.string here. We'll have caller ID and paste ID. So I'll just put these in ABC order here. So we'll have, so we want the paste that belongs to the user that's specified in the URL. And here we're just doing the check to make sure that, hey, the caller matches who the user ID is, right, for the paste situation. And let me just make sure nothing else. We could always debug it later live. And I need to pass in caller ID, which will be caller ID : session question if it exists .user .id with a comma here. Great. And back over to the paste real quick. We just want to finish this off. If things are working, we also need to make sure that the paste is not expired. So if we did set an expiration date, we'll make sure that paste dot, found paste dot expires at is not equal to null, right? So it could potentially be null or a date. So we're just checking to make sure that it's not null. And found, I keep writing founder, found paste dot expires at is less than new date, right? So that's the check for whether or not the paste is expired. And then let's pass the actual paste here. My goodness. All right. You're right, founder one too many times, and now found paste is founder paste. But that's the right way to do this procedure in the way that we're doing the private check here. So like make sure if the paste is private that the user owns the paste, right? Great. So that should be all set there. We need to export default paste view page. And then we also need to do what is returning here. And so for right now, let's just do paste view page contents, but we'll revamp it a little bit later. Let's create a UI directory here. And inside of this UI directory, we'll do paste view page contents.tsx. And inside of here, we'll just do export paste view page contents, and we'll just set it equal to an empty thing for now. We'll just return a blank div inside of here and fix this so that we have the import. Great. Awesome. So we have the page set up already. We have the tRPC procedure created, and the paste router has already been registered since we did it with the create procedure, so we don't need to do it again for this get user by paste ID procedure. So now let's jump over to the paste view contents. At the top here, we'll add use client, and now to make the rest of it. On the top here, we'll want to provide the props that are going to be needed inside of our page contents. So we're going to have interface paste view page contents props here. And inside of here, we'll have user ID to be of type string, paste ID to be of type string, and then we're going to pass in current user, which will be of type user from Better-Auth, or no. My gosh. No, there it is. And then let's destructure those props. Current user, user ID, paste ID. I spelled it wrong. There we go. And we'll just provide them their types there. Then we're going to grab some hooks. So we're going to need the router from the use router hook. Make sure to grab it from next/navigation. Const tRPC is grab it from our use tRPC hook from tRPC client. Just bring this up to the top. All right. And we're going to use two states in our project here, or in our component here. We're going to do copied to keyboard. So that's going to be for someone actually copying the paste. We want to keep track of it so that we don't allow for a repeat paste. We actually will flip the state over to show that a paste has been copied. We disabled the copy button for a couple of seconds, or not even a couple seconds, a couple of milliseconds, right? To just show the user that a copy has happened so they don't just keep clicking on it, because to them, maybe, you know, it's not really apparent to the user that something has been copied to, again, not the keyboard, the clipboard, sorry. Yeah, like when you Control-C something, you don't know if something's actually been copied. And so this way, we'll give an indication to the user that they have copied, and we kind of disable the button so they don't keep recopying it over and over again. We just want to provide the best user experience possible. And these are great defaults that you can have, not just in this project, but in any future project that you're working on. So we're going to use state from React. I'm going to set it equal to false there. I don't know why there's two parentheses. Then one more state, show raw, set show raw. So this is raw text output versus putting it inside of the text highlighted viewer. So we'll just have a state to allow for someone to flip through that. So use state here, and we'll set it initially to false. And then let's grab the data. So const data, and you can use query, but I actually want to leverage a loading state. So what we're going to be using here is use suspense query here from at Tanstack /React query. And what does suspense query do? Well, what we're going to do is for our paste view page contents here, and let me just provide in those props real quick before I forget. So current user is equal to session, if it exists, .user, and that's it there. Now, the type error that comes from here is a misalignment between, this could be undefined, right? But this is looking for the user or null. So all we need to do is question mark operator here, known as the nullish operator. Basically, it checks this left side here. If it's null or undefined, then it resolves to, this expression resolves to the right side of it. So if it's any value other than undefined or null, then it's the left side. It uses the left side value. In this case, right, it could potentially be undefined. So if it is undefined, then we want to return explicitly null, right? So that takes care of that type error. And then we need to provide in user ID, which will be user ID, and then paste ID, right? Which will be paste ID, right? So we want to use suspense query. So we're going to wrap paste view page contents inside of a suspense that's grabbed from React, and it basically helps allow for any children content. It basically, if there's a loading state in any of the children contents of a suspense, right, it lets you display a loading state, right? Or in this case, they call it a fallback, right? So until it finishes loading, then it's going to show whatever we put inside of the fallback prop. So for right now, let's just do an empty div, right? And we could probably say loading, right? If you want more of an explanation on that, the starting point walkthrough that we did, talk a little bit more about suspense. It's the common typical pattern that I have for, I don't know if I have any more. Maybe Login has one. Login has a suspense here for the loading around the loading buttons. So maybe I did explain it earlier in the tutorial. I've forgotten by now at this point. Yeah, I don't think any of these use it. So the only other place would be in the walkthrough starting point, where I probably have a deeper discussion about suspense. But the main gist is, this is where you put the loading state, right? We're going to create a skeleton for our paste view page contents here. And what that skeleton is basically going to do is provide a kind of placeholder component that is rendered, that takes the place of data that we're waiting for the API call to pull the data from the server, right? So until the data has been pulled from the server, we're going to just show like a little block of what could potentially be here, so that we don't just have a blank screen and then all of a sudden everything pops in at once. We try to render as much of the static UI as possible, right? Anything that isn't going to be changing, we're going to display, because we can hard code it and we know that that's going to be there. And any value that is potentially changeable based off of what is being pulled from the API, we'll provide that placeholder content. And then when we have the API call, it's finished loading, then we serve that information to the user in the UI. So here we have our use suspense query. And inside of here, we need to provide our tRPC .paste .get by user and paste ID dot query options. And inside of here, just like in prefetching, we're just going to provide 3 things. So current user, caller ID, or caller ID, current user dot ID, then paste ID, and then user ID. So great. There's that one. And then let me create the JSX first before I go into dealing with some of the functionality, right? Some of the business logic behind the hood. One of the first things I want to do is deal with this here. So we're going to style it. Class name, BG gray 50 divided by 50. Right. And min height screen. So that's just the setting up the container and making the entire container a little bit of a light gray. Then we're going to provide something, the app header here, which is going to be shared across multiple different files. So we're going to add it to the global components here. And what I'm going to do is just create a new file here, app header.tsx. And we're going to do export const app header. It's going to be an arrow function. And then inside of here, we don't have any logic for this header, so it's just going to be pure JSX, so we can just use the parentheses to return it. We're going to provide the header tag inside of here, give it its style, BG of white, border bottom. We'll have the div, and this will just be the same thing that we put, I believe, in other places as well. Let me just check to make sure. Yeah, so we'll have container, flex, items, center, justify between, mx, auto, px, or p of 4. And then we're going to use the link component here. Make sure that you grab it from next/link. We need to provide an href, which we just slash here. So this will be the escape hatch. So when we're looking at a specific paste, this allows us to go back to the home page. And actually, we should be doing /home instead of just slash to take us to the landing page. If we're going to be using app header for all of the inner pages, if you will. Actually, not home. It should be to slash because this is a public page, and so potentially, if you have an unauthorized user, they're probably not going to have a home, right? Yeah. So you have to go back to login and then get to home. So, yeah, I think that works fine. You can have an argument that you would be sent to home, because then home just kicks you to the landing page. Or no, it kicks you to login, right? And then you get boomeranged back to home. So I think slash might be correct. I mean, another way that we can deal with this, right, is not have app header deal with any auth, because that would be, kind of a double auth check, right? We can just have it be purely presentational, but just do app header props here, and do is authenticated, right? And this is just a Boolean. We can do structure is authenticated, right? Grab app header props, and then do a conditional here, tertiary operator is authenticated. If they are, then we go to home. If not, then we go back to the landing page. That seems reasonable to me. Let's see, what's next? We just want to style the link a little bit. So class name for that, we'll have font bold, text blue 600, text XL. We'll provide the name of the app, paste link, send, and send. Here we go. And then on the other side, we have another div here, class name, flex, gap of 4, items, center. We have a button, which would be as child, variant is outline, and then inside of this button, and actually we should import the button here, yeah, /UI button. I think I'll switch that for @/components/UI button. There we go. And provide another link inside of here. Whoops. And the href will take you to home, because home is where we have the ability to create new paste. Right? And actually, yeah, I mean, what we can do is also do a conditional for here, because, right, we can do is authenticated, and it either takes you to login, which I believe we still have, right? And then login will kick you to home if you're logged in, right? So what we can do is, if the user wants to create their first paste, oh, sorry, it's the opposite. There we go. It's the opposite. So technically these two links do the same thing in both cases, but you know, I think that's fine. You can create a new paste, you go back to the home page, you hit the logo, also goes back to the home page. I think for users, right, hit going from the left side, going to the right side, I think it's contextual. You get to choose which one, even if it has the same action. Technically, for unauthorized users, you can see that there's a variation in actions, because it either takes you to the landing page or it takes you to log in so that you can actually create your first paste as an authenticated user. And then right next to the create new paste, we'll also do a sign out button, which we can just grab it from our @/auth sign out button. And again, I'll just use @/components. So just /. There we go. Cool. And we were just talking about skeletons, so let me just create the first loading state version of the app header. So while loading is going on, I basically don't want the user to touch anything. So we can have that done in a couple of different ways. So first we'll have the same, we'll really have the same thing. We're just going to remove the functionality from it, right? And one of the things is the sign out button, right? We'll replace that with a skeleton. And we'll give it class name each of 10, width of 20, which is about the size of the sign out button, right? We don't have authenticated, which should give you an indication of like why we don't really worry about this, right? What we're going to do is just remove this part here, the link from this. We'll just show it, but instead of as child, we'll just have disabled, and it will always be true. So the button will exist. You can't click on it, which makes sense that it's a loading state, right? And then for this one, right, we could just remove, actually, we can change the link. We'll just turn it into a H1 and another H1 here, right? We can move the ref. We can have the styling there and just leave the text the way it is, unclickable, right? Until it swaps over to the final state. So what we can do is just import this, right? And let me do is authenticated is equal to current user, but basically turned into a Boolean. So this exclamation point, this Boolean-ish operator in a way. If question mark was nullish, right? Then what this operator here does, the 2 exclamation points, is to turn this type with potential false-ish type here with null. This would basically turn it into a Boolean. So if it is an object, it's true-ish, and if it's undefined or null, in this case we have null, then it would be false, right? So that helps us deal with the is authenticated, right? Because true means that you are authenticated because you have the current user data, and you're not authenticated if you are null. You don't have a user information. Thus, you're false. Is authenticated is false for people who aren't authenticated, right? So, there's that. Let's move on to the next part of the JSX, which is going to be the main content of the page. So we'll provide a main tag here. We'll provide some styling to it. We'll have container mx auto px of 4 py of 8. Inside of this main tag, we're going to put a card in here. Let's make sure that we import it. Thanks IntelliSense for taking a while. Class name m or max width of 4xl, mx of auto, and width of full. Then we're going to do a card header. There we go. And we don't need to style this. What we're going to do is provide a div inside of here and then style that. And we're going to provide flex column, gap of 4, margin bottom of 2 on small screens and above. We're going to do flex row, and on small screens and above we're going to do items center. And we have card title. Style this one as well. We're going to have, or actually, sorry, before we do that, we need a div inside of this div as well, and give it class name flex of 1. And let me move this card title up in case you didn't know how I did that. If you just select something and hit Alt and then use the arrow keys up or down, you can move things up and down based off of that. All right, great. So inside of this card title, we're going to do flex. Actually, I did the wrong one. So this one actually goes inside of the card title. And then for this top div, all of these should be the same. We're going to have items start, and then on small screens and above, justify between. So we're just going to split things apart here between the card title and the card description, I believe. Or no, there's a button. There's a couple buttons. So we're separating out the card title and the description onto one side, and then putting buttons on the other side. So that's why we have this on big screens. We can have the space to move them apart. If we're on a smaller screen like mobile, then we need to stack them on top of each other. The difference between column and the difference between row. So, great. Inside of this card title, we'll have a span. And, yeah, we'll have data.paste.title. And because title is possibly null, we're going to use this nullish operator again. And if it is null, then we're just going to provide untitled paste. And let me add a style to that. Class name of wrap break word. And so what does wrap break word, right? Overflow wrap, and we're going to, well, it's pretty self-explanatory, right? Break off the word so that it goes down to the next line, right? As opposed to overflowing or getting truncated, right? So again, we're using the same column and row here. So either on big screens, when we have enough space, we'll just put it all out onto the same line. If it's on a smaller screen, we're more constrained, then we stack them on top of each other. So we'll have the title, and then underneath it, and we'll do class name inside of the div of flex gap of 2, and flex wrap here. And inside we'll put a badge, which we'll need to import. Make sure to grab it from @components, not Lucid React. We don't need the icon. We need the actual badge component. And inside of here, we'll do data.paste.language. And then we'll provide variant of outline. And then below the badge here, not data.paste.is public. So if it is private, then we'll display a badge that says so. So this is private. And then I'll do variant of secondary. And then data.isExpired to be badge expired, and then variant of destructive. All right. So between cart title and this div here, let me just do card description, and then do class name margin top of 2, just to separate it out between the card title and the description here. Created by, and then data.paste.user, and let's see, user.name. And we'll just provide like a little separator here. So we'll just use a hyphen, and then we'll provide a space between the next part of it, which will be format distance to now. Just grab from date FNS, and basically we're going to pass in the created at date for our paste, and then compare it to now, right? So thus it'll return as it expresses here, right, these results, right? Parses it from this more long-winded version to something that's a little bit more easily readable. So we'll do new date inside of here, and then we'll pass data.paste.created at, and comma here, add suffix to be true. Great. And then below here, we should also put out when the paste expires. So date.paste.expires at. If it exists, then we'll have a span here, and I'll provide the spacer hyphen, and then data.isExpired. If it is, then we will write out expired. Otherwise, and I'll use the backtick quotes again, which is done by the button next to the 1 key on your keyboard, to the left of it. That way we can inject variables. So we've done this multiple times before, but just in case you were skipping around, data.paste.expires at, comma, and we're going to do the same thing again, add suffix to be true. Great. So 1 for created at, 1 for expired at. Looks good. And so this other side here, right, the either separated out part if we're on a large enough screen to support that, or one that's going to be one right up on top of each other if we're on a small screen or mobile. We're going to do flex wrap gap of 2. And let's see here, we're going to have a button, so make sure to import that. Then inside of this button, we'll have class name, on small screens, text of small, and otherwise we'll do text of extra small. Right, so on small screens and above, we want it to be small, but if we're on smaller than small screens, 640 pixels across, if we're somehow even further constrained, then we need the text to be smaller. On click will be something, which we'll add in the future. Size of small, variant of outline. And here we'll have the copied to clipboard, and it'll either say copied if we've already copied something, or tell the user that they can click it to copy, right? The other one that we want to do, so these are kind of toggles, or this button is being used as a sort of toggle here. So most of this is actually going to look the same inside of here, so I'll just copy it, paste it over. And let's see here. Yeah, this one we can actually adjust by doing set show raw to be the opposite. So that's kind of us using it as a toggle. We're just nodding this Boolean value to change the state back and forth. And inside of here we'll do show raw highlighted or raw. Great. And then if the person looking at the paste is the owner of this paste, I want an ability for them to edit the paste, right? If they need to change something, they want to adjust something, let's have a button that will allow for them to adjust it. So after we finish this page where we can view the paste, we'll create the page to edit the paste. So the way that we'll do this is current user, if it's not equal to null, meaning that we are authenticated, right? Then we'll grab data.paste.user ID, and if that is equal to current user.id, so it matches, right? We'll have button here, and the button will actually look the exact same, so I believe I still have it. Yep. Still have it pastable there. And actually, this will be a link, so we don't need the on click. And I don't, yep, we won't need this. We'll need the as child. And we'll have a link inside of here. Make sure to grab /link, not the icon. And inside of here, we'll write edit. And the href, I guess we'll give a sneak peek on what the future will look like, but we'll have data.paste.user_ID we'll inject the same thing, data.paste.id. So the same URL that gets us to the page that allows for us to look at the paste, but then also go over to the edit here. So we'll be making this next, but we have to eat our veggies and finish out this one first. So underneath the card header here, we'll put in a separator component. We'll use the Shadcn one all the way down here, so make sure that you don't grab the ones from any of the Radix UI ones. Make sure that it's @/component/UI separator. I've definitely added the Radix UI one multiple times in the past. Not that I don't think it really matters, but you know, just for consistency's sake, we want to use the same one, because if you go back into components and you make a change into, you know, this separator, right? And you're like, oh my gosh, why does this separator not reflect the changes that I made in here, right? Like if I wanted to edit the border or, not make it be whatever, right? There's not much to really change in this separator, but I wanted to add a color, right? Every separator is going to be in this color throughout our project. Well, it's not going to update unless we were importing the one from @/components. And yes, the fact that all of these are out of order bother me, but I'll reorder them on my own time. Okay. Continuing on. Below the separator, we're going to have card contents. Card contents. Make sure we import that. There is a slight styling here. We just want to provide a little bit space between the separator and the card contents, so we'll give it a padding top of 6. Then below here, we'll do curly braces because we want to render conditionally based off of whether or not we are expired or not. We'll provide an alert here, and we're using the Shadcn component for an alert. And we'll provide an alert description, and this will just let the user know that this paste has expired and is no longer available. Now, since we gated people who were not the user we graded users who are not the owner of the paste from seeing it. So if it was private, they wouldn't even get to this point because it wouldn't render and we'd be returning an error, right, that it wasn't found. Or rather, I think actually in the tRPC we do unauthorized. So if we wanted full security, I believe we wouldn't say this paste is private. We would actually just do a not found. Like, maybe this doesn't exist. And behind the scenes, we would have to know that, even though the error says that, it's because of, the fact that we want to obscure pastes from people who may be trying to troll for it, right? Going through every single ID and looking for things. Now, for an application like this, probably doesn't matter, right? But for some privacy-focused applications, right, these are just things that you might want to think about. So I'm just going to keep harping on it just because these are different design decisions, right, that we might have to think about. Because I can easily see someone turning something like this paste application, right, to being, kind of lower level, Signal or Telegram, right, where people are providing encrypted communications with each other, right? And this might be, where security is at a premium because we don't want to reveal that, a certain URL goes to a certain thing, even though someone doesn't have access to it, because they might try to pick at the security, especially when in our URL we provide a user ID, right? And if we're like, oh, all of a sudden we know that this user ID works, well, maybe we'll try, our library of, username passwords or email and passwords, and try to connect, right? And, since we're using OAuth, right, a hole in one of the OAuth provider securities could provide an opening directly into our application, right? For whatever reason, not saying that it's likely, but Google GitHub gets hacked for whatever reason, username passwords get leaked, and people can get an access through, Gmail, for example. Obviously a lot of security would probably get wrecked by that, but, if we start adding OAuth providers that are maybe less secure than, some of those, but even if, right, GitHub gets hacked, we want to provide a little bit of layer of security based off of the profile of what our project is. So, not needed for this application, but just stuff to think about depending on what type of application you're making. If the paste is not expired, right, the other side of this ternary operator, we're going to provide a div class name space y of 4. So we got a bunch of items, and we're going to be spacing them out by quote unquote 4, right? Do they provide the 16 pixels? So in between each thing, we're just going to space things out by 16 pixels, and we're going to do a display here, class name. relative, and inside of here, show raw. So raw values, no text highlighting, syntax highlighting, all that type of stuff. We're just gonna have pre here, a pre tag with class name, bg gray of 50, provide border, which is 1 pixel, 1 pixel sized border, font of mono, overflow x auto, p of 4, rounded large, and text of small. And then inside of this pre, we're going to put a code tag, and inside of here we're just going to have data.paste.content. If the user wants syntax highlighting, then we're going to use syntax highlighter. Highlighter. Here we go. And inside of here, we're going to do data.paste.content. And then we need to provide some props to this syntax highlighter. So custom style, which will be border radius of 0.5 rem. Margin 0. Then below this, we're going to do language, which will be equal to, oops, need to put a comma here. Data.paste.language. And if that does not exist, I don't know why we're using that. Right? Whoops. Yep. The nullish operator. So if this language is null, then we'll just set it equal to text. And then underneath here, we'll have show line numbers to be true, just to match the regular IDE look. And style, VS dark plus. There's 2 of them. Let me just check which one is the right one to use. The one that I use is ESM. So just copy the top one there. And then below that, we'll have wrap long lines to be false. So we don't want to wrap long lines. We just allow for the user to scroll to the right, just similar to how VS Code does it. We could do line wrap, but, we can have another toggle for that. You can implement that. I'm sure. I believe in you. And if you want me to actually do it, then let me know in the comments down below. Then inside of the next div here, we'll have gap of 4, grid columns of 1, medium screens and above, grid columns of 3. So we'll have 3 of them in a row. And if we're on a smaller screen than medium, then we'll just have them all on top of each other. Text muted foreground and text small. And then inside of here, we're going to have div strong, and we'll provide characters. Whoops, not string, strong. Just copy and paste that in there. And then after that, data.paste.content.length, without the B, .length, to local string. There we go. So we're just turning this length number into a string. And then strong lines. Oh my gosh, I keep writing string. I think it's because of the autocomplete. Paste.content.split. New line character. So we'll add that in there. .length. To local string again. And then the last one. And let me make sure that I write strong. Maybe I'm writing string. I think you can probably rewatch it and see what I'm fumbling around writing. Data.paste.language. There we go. And it's already a string, so just leave it there. Actually, we should do the same nullish and write text in there so that it isn't just empty if it's null. So, cool. And we're all set with this component. We just need to add in this copy logic. So if we go all the way up here, we added a space, deal with it. Start const handle copy to clipboard. And it's just a function. It's going to be asynchronous. And inside of this function, if not data dot paste dot content, then we're going to return. And we're going to have a try catch block here. So in case there was some issue with copying the text, we'll have the error down here. But first we're going to have navigator. There we go. The window navigator dot clipboard dot write text data dot paste dot content. And you can follow this and reuse in your other projects to see how to copy to clipboard. Copy to clipboard, yes. So this is the state. We're just setting that to be true. And we're going to set a timeout. And you can set it for however long you want. I'm going to set copy to clipboard to be false after 2000 milliseconds. Right? So the default here is 1, and it's the amount of milliseconds. So however many seconds, 1000 milliseconds is a second. So this would be 2 seconds. If you feel that's too long, you can obviously lessen it, but I think that people aren't going to be furiously trying to hit copy over and over again. So giving people a 2-second piece of feedback that, oh, okay, yeah, it's been copied. That's all they need to know. Then down here we can do a toast, right, from sonar dot error, and then just say failed to copy to clipboard. And if there's any error that's being returned, then we'll just place it there. And if we're using toast, and so for this toast, let me see, where is our provider? Because I think the provider, oh, we already have a toaster here. Great. Okay, so we don't need to actually configure that. In order to use toasts within our project and we grab it from Sonar, then we need to ensure that we have a toaster in there. So good. In our starter code, we already have that handled. And is error not a thing? I guess it's not. So if error is not going to be a thing, then we can just remove that and just say failed to copy to clipboard. We don't need to provide any contextual information. Now, let's go down here and just provide handle copy to clipboard. Now, let's just say, like you wanted an icon here instead of copy, right? Like one of the ways that we can do this, like if we have a copy icon here, we can just do this and change this one to copy check here, right? So that just shows like, okay, yeah, we copied, thus there's the check mark on it, right? And another way that we would want to handle this is disabled, right, to be when, what was it, copy to clipboard. Copy to clipboard is true, then we disable this button. So it grays out these icons. So if you wanted it to be in text format and someone explicitly just clicks on the copy text, then that's what we would add there. If you wanted icons, and I'll just leave it as icons, that's what we can do there. I guess another piece that we could also provide is a tooltip, right? I mean, like if you really wanted the text, right, you could provide a tool text. And I guess let me pull up, let's see. Right, so here's Shadcn, and when you hover over it, it provides this little bit of text, right? So what we would just do is add in tooltip. These are the imports, right? Inside of the trigger would be this button, and the tooltip contents would be the label. So it would be the same as it was before when we had this copied to clipboard and then the question mark, copied versus just copy, right? So when someone hovers over this icon, it'll show the text copy, just like how in hovered here, right? It says add to library. Another thing that we can do, I believe by default it goes below, but yeah, you can change it so that usually, probably for this, we want it to pop up on the bottom. So you're just looking for key here which one is it? Yeah, no, here it is. Tooltip content side is equal to, and you just put in the text for bottom in there. So I'm not going to do it for this one because personally I don't think it's needed, but some people might feel like that's needed, and you're welcome to do so. But I think I'm good here for this. So now that we have this, let me just create the skeleton real quick. So paste view page contents skeleton. Use the arrow function. There's no logic, so we're going to use parentheses. And now we're going to add in the exact same structure. Now, I think I'm just going to copy this in from the source code because I think it would be pretty tedious to rewrite this whole thing. I mean, it's not that big, so actually I'll stop being lazy and actually just write it. Class name, bg gray of 50 divided by 50. App header skeleton. And do write in the comments down below if you guys appreciate me writing out all of the JSX, or, it's not really needed. You just rather me, kind of walk through, the logic or some of the, tRPC routes or procedures, that are a little bit probably more challenging to write than, just fiddling around with Tailwind for the most part. So let me know what your preference is. I'm happy to do either. Obviously just copy pasting would be a lot easier, but maybe there's a good middle ground in between. So happy to brainstorm it with everyone. So inside of the card here, we're gonna have class name, max width of 4XL, MX of auto, width of full, and we're gonna have card header. And we're going to have skeleton here. And we'll just have what the bit is at the top. We'll have height of 8, width of 64 to represent the title. And then for the description, skeleton, class name, height of 4, width of 48. I mean, honestly, there's a chance that we might want to make this width a little bit longer because the description's generally longer than the title, but I think it'll be fine. And then outside of the card header, but still inside of the card, we have card content. And inside of here, we'll have a skeleton, class name, height of 64, and width of full. So this is just to take the place of the entire paste interface, and we're just making a skeleton for it all. So here we can remove this bit here for the suspense and put in paste view page content skeleton. Great. And we should create an error state for if there was an issue like you have no internet and the API isn't able to pull. That's obviously something that we're going to have to fix. We should, I believe, should clean something up because I don't think we actually use router for this one. I don't think so. So we don't need that. So we get rid of that import. I thought we did. Instead, we use a link instead of having the button go out to router. So must have forgotten that in there. And so yeah, let's go on and create the error state. So I'm probably going to create it as a separate file. Paste view page error contents.tsx. It's going to be specific to this. I think that having the skeleton in the same file as the contents just makes sense, because if we make a change to one piece of the JSX here, then we'd want to update the skeleton. But for error contents, usually it's not the same look as what's inside of the page. And so I think that because it's going to be definitively different, we want to separate it out to its own page. So inside of here, we'll do use client, and I think this was the one that needed use router. So export const paste view. I guess I'll write contents, but then just add in error contents. In here, it is an arrow function, not asynchronous. Const router is equal to use router from next/navigation, and then return. Somewhat similar of JSX. Yeah, I'll just copy it from parts of the skeleton. Well. Oh, did I actually forget a min height h here? I did. Min height screen. I believe that would make it the same as this one. Yeah. I did forget that. So let's just copy this class name over. It's the same one. And then we have app header is authenticated. Does it really matter? We'll just say false. It's an error state. I believe the is authenticated for the app header was to create a new paste, but if we have an error, then let's not give the user that option. You can obviously just provide it as a prop here, the is authenticated, and then just pass it in as a prop if you feel like that's something that's the behavior that you would want to have. Like if the user somehow errored out, like they're unauthorized, but they're signed in, then they should be able to create another paste. I just think that if it's the error state, let's just get the user back to a safe spot as opposed to having them try to do something different, right? It's just my personal feeling. You're welcome to do something else. And then inside of here, we'll have a div, class name, container, mx auto px of 4, py of 8, card content. And let me style these. For the card, we're going to have max width of 4xl, mx of auto, width of full, class name pt of 6, and then we'll have the same alert, and then alert description, and we'll just write failed to load paste. It may not exist or may have expired. And I need to actually import this. There we go. And so I'm being nondescript about this error, right? Could be a problem, could not exist. Just don't want to provide too much information there. If we can. It's just something that I've gotten used to doing. The class name here, mt of 4. And then button. And we'll have an on click here, which will be router.back. So we just let the user either escape via the hitting the logo in the app header or hitting this go back button, which will work. We also need to import it. And then we'll provide variant of outline. Great. So now that we have the error there, what we're going to use is error boundary. That's not the right import for it. So let me just go up to the top here and grab it. So import error boundary don't import it from those default imports. We're going to grab it from React error boundary. Cool. And then from here, error boundary. And there we go. And inside of here, we need a fallback, which will be our paste view page error contents. Whoops. And it needs to have its opening. There we go. And then in order to do prefetching, we need to do hydration boundary. Grab that from Tanstack Query. And then we need to provide a state, which is equal to dehydrate, which is also grabbed from Tanstack Query. And then we pass in query client. So great. Now we can do npm run dev, and then head over to the demo page to take a look at things. Okay, so here we are back on the home page, which has our form to add a paste. So we'll just give it a title of test here, and let me just copy paste this piece of code and then stick this in here. And right now we have plain text, but let me just put it in as TypeScript. We can create this paste. And oops, we have an error. So let's take a look at what's wrong here. Alright, so it happens to even the best of programmers. We have quite a few issues to go through. Bonus points if you manage to see them and point them out, and I'm sure in the comments you let me know. I spelt language wrong there, so that's one thing, and we're going to have to push in a second to fix that. Another thing here, I did not add breaks to this switch statement. I don't know why the source code didn't have them. So that's my mistake here. Also, there's an errant comma here, now that I'm looking at it. And let's see, down here, yes. The error is when it's not equal to caller ID, not when it's equal to. So sometimes when you write code on the fly, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to have to examine the code closely again to make sure that we're not coming into any issues. Okay, and so we're going to need to push. So we'll just kill this. Do npx drizzle kit push. So we're in development, so we can push. If we were working on a live database, we would generate and migrate. I'm just doing a little shortcut here, right? So you can do npm generate and then migrate. It'll basically try to coerce your existing system into the new schema. But sometimes you'll have to go directly in and fiddle with some of the SQL in case there are any major conflicts, any conflicts with the columns and tables and whatnot. And so you'll want to be able to manage that. But since I'm working in the development space here, there are no live production user data, then I'm totally cool with pushing and just overwriting everything. It should produce no issues because I can just clear the database and start from scratch, right? Push again and not worry about anything. So you can do push in development, generate and migrate for live production systems. So keep to that standard as much as we can. All right, cool. So now we can do npm run dev again. And you'll see this from time to time, so I should probably be running this within the walkthrough starting point every once in a while. It's just the encodings that are within Next.js. There's some baseline data that's in Next.js, and we have to update them occasionally, so I'll try to be better about that in the future. Now let's go back to our localhost 3001. Hopefully I won't have to sign in again. I do not. All right, we'll do test here. Let's just copy this bit of code, and fingers crossed there might not be, or there hopefully is no errors, but if there are, we'll continue to debug. And let's choose TypeScript again. So never on the expiration, public. We'll create the paste. And looks like the paste created correctly. And now we're switching over to the view page. So if you kind of look here, this is the user ID here. And this is the paste ID. So you can see this very small slash here that I've highlighted. That separates it out. So you can see as it corresponds to user ID here on the left-hand side and paste ID on the right-hand side. And we're able to view everything. We have the copy icon, right, that basically converts over to the copy check icon. I was thinking of the name for that. And I don't think the text highlighting is working. That's weird. Let me check on that real quick. So I think what we're going to have to do is go back to our view page contents, and I was wondering about it a little bit ago, and I thought it was weird that we were pulling things so easily from this. This says Prism, so we probably need to do Prism as syntax highlighter, and I forget which one it is. Is it slash Prism for this? Let me look for the right import. Oh, it's capital P Prism. That's it. And if I save that, there we go. Okay. Yes. So I was wondering why that looked a little bit strange to me earlier when I was looking at, like, this was Prism and this one was a default import. So I must have just selected whatever the top import was, but yeah, we rename it as syntax highlighter instead of using the default syntax highlighter because we're using the Prism theme here. So there's that. Sorry for making some of you go back and make some changes, but here, if, for example, we copy it, and I'll just create a blank file, blah, whatever. Just paste in here just so you can see that it goes in there. So all looks good. The reason for the errors is that we didn't, .tsx, right? So now you can see everything's in there. It's just that these are not in the right module, right? If I put it inside of whatever, in the same directory as routers here, as the other routers, then the imports will work. So that's what all the complaints are. But anyways, shows that we can just send pastes of code to different people, and since it's a public one, right, if I went into private, right, means that we're not logging in, then you can see that we can still see it. And if I were to create a new paste, test private, and let's fingers crossed that this works. Yeah, why not? Let's just send that URL over. It's a plain text thing, and it is private. Only I can view it. Let's hit create paste. Only I can view it. So if I were to go back to this, weird that it has the sign out button. I think we're going to have to check on that. And I think this was the right URL. Yes, it is. So we'll just go to this, and it actually pops up with an error. So this paste is private. So the error is showing up there. So this is showing up on development, right? We had a loading state, and then this is the kind of error. Maybe I'll just go back to this real quick and add in, like, on top of here somewhere, like a H1 error, right? Where is it? There it is, right? Whatever error, right? I'm sure we can all make it all look nicer and whatnot, right? Like class name, text red 500, text of 2XL, and MB of 2, right? And where is it? There it is. Sorry, right? Error, failed to load paste, and it tries to log in a couple times before that works or not. Now this sign out button, should not be here. So let's look for where that sign out button would be. It would probably be in app header, and that's it right there. We show the sign out button all the time, but is authenticated. That's the only reason that we would show the sign out button. So if we go back to that private page, right, it's gone because we're not logged in yet. And you know, maybe we want to show like a little login button, right? So I could do a ternary operator here and do question mark and then do login, which will take you to the login page. You can log in and get boomeranged back over to whatever page you were on. So, yeah. Definitely can do that. If you want me to do that as an upgrade, again, comment down below. Now, I think a great thing to do is to create the edit, right? Whatever should be going on here. And probably a my paste button here, right? The one that was seen here. I'll probably add it, and we'll have a dashboard where it'll just be a table and a list of pastes, right? So in that way, we can add a little bit more education on how to do data presentation and one more example of the form, so that we can all be really good at that. Then I'll push it up to Vercel to show you how you can deploy it and run it on your own domains, all that cool stuff. So let us clean up, just clear everything down, collapse everything, open it up to this part here. We'll create a new folder, edit, and start working from there. So we're more than halfway done with the application. We probably have about 2 more screens left, and then push it up to Vercel to deploy it. And so we're going to go from being able to view our paste to actually editing it. So what I'm going to do is just grab this page as a template, because we're going to be using very similar things in our edit page. So what I'm going to do is do page.tsx in here, paste everything. We need to rename a few things, as well as remove some of the imports that aren't going to work. Then inside of here, we'll change view to edit, not error. There we go. And we'll just change this here, here, and here. There we go. And we'll have these as open errors to remind us that we need to go in and fix these things. And let me check real quick. Yeah, so what we're going to do is create the paste edit page contents first. So we're going to create another UI folder here. And inside of here, paste edit page contents. .tsx, export const paste edit page contents. And we'll just have this be a open arrow function, return a empty div for now. Let's just import that to remove this error. There we go. And then down below here, we'll do another one. Export const paste edit page skeleton, content skeleton. There we go. So we have the name. And this one will be purely presentational. We'll just have another empty div in there for now. And let's get this import going. And then the next one is edit page. Yeah, so this will be its own file. So paste edit page, or page error contents. .tsx, export const paste error, page error contents. There we go. And let me just, this one's going to have a little bit of logic just because we have the redirect in there, you know, the router to use router from next/navigation. But anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself. Inside of here, we'll just have another div. Great. And let me just import this. What appears to be the issue here, we don't have any props, but we'll be adding that in a second. That's what this error is. And then this one Just grab this name and then paste it down here. And so great. Now let's go into the page contents here. We'll do interface, paste, edit page contents props. And we can just copy the same props actually from this page view. So just copy this bit here, paste this in here. We need to import user from Better-Auth. And that's the type that we're going to use. We can actually go back to our paste view page contents and just copy this bit here and then paste it in. And then we need to change the name of this. So maybe I should have just copied this part. That's all right. Cool. And for our error page here, it pretty much looks the same as the other one. So what we're going to do is go into this error contents here, and we'll just grab it. And then we'll go to this error page. And then paste this bit bunch in here. And then let's just resolve some of the imports. Card content. Alert description and button. Here we go. So we don't have any issues remaining. And then I should probably close some of these windows. So this is a view page, and this one's the edit page. Okay, cool. So let's go back to the edit page and take a look at what should be inside of here. So we have this bit. The edit page, you have to be authorized to be able to use it. So we will do a if not session, which means you're unauthorized. Then we're going to redirect to login. Grab that from @lib/auth. And we're going to boomerang us back to this URL. So we've done this quite a few times already. So it's going to be $$ curly brace user ID /paste ID /edit. And so that's the URL to get to this part here. So we're going to send it over to the login as a part of the URL. And then once the user is done with login, they'll be sent back to this page so that the user can pick up where they left off. So great. We're using the same prefetch here. And let me see, is there anything else that we need? I think we're all set on the page. So I will close that for now. There's the error page, and then there's this bit here. And I'll just write edit page and loading, right? Just so we can confirm that we set everything up correctly. So we have our paste here, give it a test, and I'll just copy this bit here and then paste it in, just so we have it. We'll have TypeScript in there, and yeah, we'll just create the paste, and after a second, the paste will be created successfully. We'll be taken over to the page, and then we need to hit edit. So let me just make sure that edit is properly wired up. I believe that it is, but I've forgotten. If you didn't notice by the wardrobe change, it's not been the same day. Yeah, so that should be the exact same one. So let's look in the URL down there. It's kind of tiny in the bottom left there, but you can see it matches the top. We're just adding /edit at the end. And what are we missing here? Use router. It needs to be in a client component. So let's fix that real quick. Good. That's why I check these things. Use client. There we go. And now we can see edit page there in the top left corner. All right, great. And we can obviously just go back by removing this bit here. And we can just add in /edit to get back to there. So we'll leave it this way. And we can go back to it for the demo once we finish the page. So wonderful. Okay, so this is going to be another form, and if you feel like skipping, I don't blame you. I will probably just be copy pasting a lot of stuff from the home page because, let's see, actually no, the paste form, because they're fairly similar, if not exactly the same. So after looking at it for a little bit and kind of being astonished that I didn't notice it in code review, the paste form here that we created earlier would be the exact same one that we would use for the edit page contents here, all the way down to even the skeleton, I believe, in the home page. Or no, that would be different. There is no skeleton in there. So we can probably adapt using this paste form. So I'm going to change things a little bit by just adding an extra field into this paste form here. We'll do interface, paste form props. We'll add in a form description, but make it optional of type string. And why not? We'll just add in form title and make it string, right? So someone could possibly change the default paste form. That way we don't break the things that are happening on our homepage, or rather, more likely I just really don't want to go back and change anything from it. But I do think that this is better, because what we're going to do is surround this in curly braces, do card, no, just description, I believe. Form description. That's it. And if it doesn't exist, then we do this, which needs to be within quotes. There we go. So I'll actually surround this in quotes before I do. Oh, no. Curly braces, then quotes. There we go. And then do card, no, form title. I don't know why I have card on the mind. So there's that. So now what we can do is just drop in after adding in to need to grab this same top part here, basically. And this isn't a form, right? No, it's not a form. I got worried there for a second. It is not a form. So we just grab our app header in here. It is authenticated. Yeah, there should actually always be a current user, I believe, which is the difference between this page, because we have this check already. So this session should never be null, and so we don't need this, and we definitely don't need this. So if we go back here, yep, everything works correctly. There's no type errors. And then here we'll have paste form, and we'll provide in a specific form description. And that description will be make changes to your paste content or settings. So I believe that should take care of that. I mean, actually, oh shoot, I actually did forget something. Because this one has a on submit, which is this create paste mutation. Interesting. Huh. So in the home page, they have to be signed in to be able to do this. Yeah, I would have to refactor this so that I would extract this bit out into the home page if I wanted to reuse it, and then pass in to this paste form here, which, is there two headers to the same? Oh no, there's not even a header on here. Wait, no, there is. This, right? there's like 2 headers on the home page. Is that right? I didn't even notice that. Yeah, I think so. If I go back to the home page, there's this bit here and then this bit again, so interesting. Well, I feel like you could do it multiple different ways. What I think I'm going to do is do the cleanest thing possible, in my opinion, which will be... Oh, wow, actually, there's the on submit, and then that's... Alright, you're seeing me deliberate in real time here how to refactor this. And my thought process will be to pull this bit out, which means we need to add a UI folder. Because to do this mutation out in the home, it needs to be in a client component that's separated out from the session. So this is going to be a minor refactor. So we're going to have homepage contents, contents.tsx, which was deleted before. So export homepage contents. So we're going to use client here at the top. And then, let's see here. We need this bit. So just Control X this bit out of there. And we'll add this here. We need to import this. Import this. Import this toast. And import this router. Whoops, the wrong one. That one. Oop. The router is from const router is equal to use router from next/navigation. Great. And I need the contents of home here. So I'll just grab all of this bit here. Do return and stick it in there. We need to grab form, paste form, and we're going to add another field here, which will be handle. Should be handle submit or on submit or mutation, which will be a function, and I believe it returns void. I don't think it takes, or it would take something. It would take this, but in type form. So this would be paste, and it'll be of. Do we have a type of? We do. Okay, paste form values. There we go. So that needs to be passed in. So when we're in our home page contents, mutation will be equal to create paste mutation dot well, actually, yeah, dot mutate. That's it. Phew. All right, and now let's add in some of the other imports. Next/link button and sign out button. Actually, this should be from app header, right? Or no, it's a different one because we don't have certain things in there. Okay. Phew, let's see. Then we have mutate async here. We also don't use router. Mutate asynchronous. Okay. So that's something to be noted in this part here. It'll be an async function. Does that work? Oh, maybe you don't describe it as an asynchronous. Okay. I guess I've never actually done that before. So here we'll just do mutate and pass in values. We need to extract it from the props. Mutation, actually. I think it would be better if we called it mutate. And maybe I can name it mutate async so that people know that's the one that we would like to use. Then when we go to the home page contents here, we need to change this from just mutate to mutate async. And then change this to mutate async as well. Now let's see, what is the signature of this and why is it different? Use mutate asynchronous function. Let's see. Is not assignable to mutate async. Oh, mutate async. There we go. Spelled it wrong. Okay. Do we need anything? User ID and ID is grabbed from paste. Don't have to worry about that. And what else do we need on the home? It's just home page contents. Home page contents. So let me see if I didn't royally screw everything up. We'll go back. So do test again, and let me just grab this, put this here, make it TypeScript, paste. There we go. Okay, then we can go over to edit, and great. Phew. All right. I also think that we need to add some extra things in as well because we need default values. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Because in our edit here, we're going to be querying to pull the edit. That's why right now you can see the form is empty because we're not actually pulling it. But when we pull it, we need to apply it to the paste form. So here, we're just going to do default values, which will be paste form values. And it'll be optional. So we'll grab default values here, and then we'll use default values. And if it does not exist, then this is the fallback. All right. Great. So like I know that I could declare it down here. I also know that some people like to do it like, you know, I'm just reformatting it this way, just because it'll look somewhat better if we do it this way. Is to not have this down here, but to do, I believe, equals, and then paste this here. And we need one more curly brace. Did I also forget one down here? We did. Right? And so some people like this. They think it's cleaner. I think maybe it's growing on me, but I usually don't do it this way. But I guess another perk is we can just do this. Now we can just pass in default values. So up to each individual person on how they'd like to do it. Yes, so we'll need to handle mutate async. So let's add those in. My goodness, I made a total difference between the starter code and this code. So exciting times. But that also means I have to look through and see what we are and are not using. So we need const router is equal to use router. Const tRPC is equal to use tRPC. Then const update paste mutation is equal to use mutation. Oh, all right. Inside of here, trpc dot update paste dot update, and we have not made that procedure, but I will finish writing this just so we know what we are expecting out of it. We'll have on success. Just getting ahead of myself there. On success, we'll return an updated paste with a D. It's past tense. Updated paste. That's an arrow function. Toast from Sonner dot success paste updated successfully, and router dot push. And let's see here. I just go to the page. We're gonna grab this portion here. Well, actually, I'll just grab the edit and then just remove the edit URL. I'll just remove that bit there. So once we finish editing, we're just going to go back to the view page for the paste. And then we need to handle our error. And let's see here. Toast.error failed to update paste. Cool. So now we have to create the tRPC procedure. So let's go down here to open up tRPC, server, routers, and paste. I think we should be done with these. So I'll just close these down. And so that we have just these two things here. Then all the way down by the bottom, because I'll work in ABC order, we'll add an update here. And then this has to be a protected procedure. Input will be remarkably similar to this. So we'll just copy this. Actually, we'll copy all of this. Oh, and I mean, even the expiration date. I think all of this. Yeah, an expiration date will be set equal to let's see here. What did I mess up? Oh, it's because this can go up here. There we go. So yeah. Set expiration date to input dot expires at. What do you think about that? Why couldn't we do that up here? Let me see. Is there a reason why we couldn't use input dot expiration date? No. It's because if we modify it, we need it. But why couldn't I have set this to be expires at initially and then just check? Oh, I didn't think about that. That is certainly an option. Because we can just do input dot expires at here instead of undefined. Because these two are essentially the same. Oh, no. Because this one's a date. Okay, yeah. Let's not be an idiot. Yeah, we cannot have this be expires at. Alright, there we go. Trust that I did this right at some point. Alright, so now that we're at this point with the expiration date, we will do something pretty similar to this here. So first we try to find the paste to see if it actually exists, because we don't want to update something that does not exist. And so found paste dot user ID. Why does this not have user ID? Because they're not passing it. But this is the person. So this can be context dot user dot ID. And then we need to pass in the paste ID. So that we actually have to get. So we will make sure that that is passed in. Paste ID to bz.string. That is required. So thus we can grab that. So, as you can see, we are... Well, we haven't added it yet. So that's good. We already have the paste ID. We don't need the current user. So actually, if we don't need the current user, then we don't need to pass it in. Because we'll grab it from the protected side. So we don't need this current user here. So I'll remove that. Oh no, we still need it for the for this one. Okay. My bad. Yeah. So actually between these we'll do const it'll be data and it'll be equal to use suspense query. And really it's actually the same as this one. here. So I can literally just grab the same, this. So we don't have to work using different ones. And so if we are doing this, then we need current user. So trust in myself. Trust that I actually knew what I was doing for once. Yeah, so that looks good. That looks good. No semicolon there. Okay, so we have data. And then, yeah, actually we don't need that. So mutate async will be equal to update paste mutation dot mutate async. What are we missing here? Paste ID is missing. That's right, because the values have an extra one. Yeah, the signature is not exactly the same between this one and the paste form. Well, what we can do is do this. Const can we export this? I think it would be fine to export this. I don't see a reason why we wouldn't want to. Yeah, we can do that. Because if we export it, then I can do context, or yeah, update paste will be equal to async data or values, and then paste form values, and then make this call, but not just pass in values, but also pass in paste ID to be that. And then we'll pass in update paste. There we go. Phew. So I didn't have starter code to actually rely on. So you saw me code as I normally would. So hopefully you're impressed that I could still code instead of just copying stuff down. I think the one thing that we do have... Oh, no, we actually don't need the header, now that I'm thinking about it. But the one thing that I will do is put this inside of a div. I think they have a div to put their... nope. Where is it? Home. There's a div surrounding this paste form. So I just want to make sure that I have it. Yeah, or actually just a main. Yeah. So we'll paste this main in here. Style it to make sure that it looks proper. And let's bring paste form inside of there. And let's take a look. Looks pretty normal, right? The only thing that we're missing now that I see that the form isn't populated, is that we need our default values in here. But we don't need all of them. So let's see here. Dot paste. And we actually need to filter certain things out of there. Okay. So what were the 5 values that we needed? Content is public, language expires at. Okay. So what I'm going to do is... I'm sure there's a more elegant way, but I am on the clock here. Not on the clock, but under the gun, because everyone will be making fun of me if I do something absurdly stupid. So I'm just going to play it safe. and nobody can yell at me. This one needs to be undefined. This one's null. Great. Those will be undefined. Date or undefined. Not assignable to string. Oh heck. Dot to date string. I'm sure that's the same type. Where's it? ISO string. It'll figure it out, right? Literally, let's see here. Well, I mean, these are the options, actually. Oh, no. So it should not be date to date string. Huh. We need the opposite of the function that's in our tRPC to actually accomplish this. It's like a to take it out of this date, but Okay, so as you can see, new day, wearing different clothes, obviously. Kind of took a bit of a sleep, as most great engineers do when faced with a problem, albeit this one is self-imposed since I decided to do a refactor in a recording and deviate from my source code. I basically slept on the problem. Now, in a new day, gonna re-attack it, and just looking at things, right, to recontextualize everything, we have a string for expires at that we need to pass in. The expires at is not the date, right? The actual date at which something expires at. It actually corresponds to one of these expiration options. Because that's what we're going to be populating inside of the select here. This values and this label, sorry. In this one here, this one's the same as that, so I got confused for a second. So expires at here, you can see here that we would have values and labels, right? Not what this would do. So this is wrong. And we actually need to create some form of a function that converts this to this, right? And in a way, it's something similar to what we do inside of our tRPC procedure, which, by the way, we haven't finished yet, but got on a whole tangent, I guess, that we have to go back and fix before we decide to use this mutation at all. So what this one does is it takes the expires at value that we pass here, and you'll notice that it filters out never. And if we have 1 hour, 24 hours, 7 days, and 30 days, well, we can just basically grab the amount, 1, 24, 7, 30, and the unit, which is height, or not height, hour and days, right? And if we detect it by looking at slice of -1, which we've probably gone over 1,000,000 times already, so this is just a rehash, we can use that to basically say, okay, if it's hours, then we're basically going to calculate the new date based off of the current time, right? And then the amount, right, which is grabbed from, again, 1, 24, 7, and 30 times either hours or days, right? And this date object is initialized based off of seconds. So that's why we have 60 times 100 days, right? 60, 60, 100 for the hours, 24 hours in a day. That gets you to the days, right? And then we calculate the new date and then pass that in as the expiration date into our schema, because a date object is easier for us to use. But unfortunately, easy for us to use is not the same as what we're using inside of the paste form here, right? And so we need a reverse of this function in order to convert it back over from the date to how many or which of these expiration options, right? Okay, so we're going to create a function here, export const, and I'll name it convert expiration date to expiration options, or just one option actually. And inside of the parameters here, we're going to pass in expiration date to be of type string, of date. And we're going to return a string. I think that in a production system, you might actually want to make it an actual type. So as const type expiration options. So I can name it that way to make it look more like a type as opposed to this being the constant. You would do it in all caps. And so we would do type of expiration options, and we would grab by label value, something like that. Or sorry, this is a list. It's not by label. This would be by number, and we would be passing in a label. You know, that makes more sense. Because I first, or for some reason, thought this was going to be an object of an object. Now this is a... Okay, first off, what we're going to do here is do export const convert expiration date to expiration options, or sorry, we're just returning one option. Then expiration date will be of type date. I almost wrote string. String is actually what you will be returning, basically just the value. And actually, I think that we can probably do this in a safer way than just providing string. What we can do is create a type for our expiration option. We didn't really need to do this before, but if we're going to be exporting around types and managing that, then I think it would be best if we created it. So expiration option here, we'll do it in a mix of uppercase and lowercase. We'll keep all uppercase to be just the constants with the camel case here. And okay. So what we're going to do is type of expiration options. This is going to be a list here, so we need to provide number to index this list, and what we're looking for is value. So what we get here is essentially still a string. We've turned it into a type. If we wanted to be more specific to only grab the individual pieces of the value, we can provide as const after this. And so now if you look at expiration options, you can see that it only corresponds to these values. So a couple things to add to make these things a little bit more type safe, right? The return values and whatnot. So we can provide expiration option here, and let's see what's wrong there. Oh yeah, so see, like, it provides this error, this type error here because we're not returning anything. I just returned never, right? Error's gone. So that's great. What we're going to do is const expiration option. We'll set it by default to be never. And what I'm going to do is want to compare the current date to the expiration option so that we can convert it to what the new expiration option is. Now, there is the edge case where basically someone provides into this function a expiration date that is beyond our 30-day expiration limit, right? And what I think we're going to do is just rubber band it back to 30 days. So let's say, like, oh, it's currently 2026, but the expiration date is 2028. Should technically not be possible by our app rules, but you know, you have a programmer who's working with you. They don't know the rules. They don't know the 30-day rules because they didn't diligently read through the code or the documentation, and somehow it made it in. They pushed, you know, that really far in the future date. Well, we need to be able to catch that and then just say, no. The maximum expiration date is 30 days. Or you can have a different conversation about extending the expiration date to an arbitrary number, but since we're using a select menu to be able to choose what the expiration option is in the future, if for whatever reason they create an expiration date that's super far in advance, we're just going to set the rule that we're going to rubber band them back to 30. So I think one of the things we'll also want to do is const expiration in milliseconds. And what we'll basically do to get that is get const now in milliseconds to be equal to date dot now. And so that will, as this says, return the number of milliseconds elapsed since the epoch, and that's just the way that the date object works. It just calculates the amount of time that has passed since the epoch, which is January 1st, 1970. And we get that time, and now we can do a little bit of math here by doing expiration date dot get time. Pretty much similar to what we did inside of our paste procedure here, update. And then we'll just subtract it from now in milliseconds. So how we're going to grab the corresponding expiration option will be similar to what we do here, where we need to basically come up with a way to get the corresponding amount times hour / days. So converting the recorded labels time and date into milliseconds to basically be able to do a proper comparison with this difference in milliseconds. I think the easiest way to do that is to just create a function, or not a function, but an object that just holds that. So const expiration. How do I want to do this? Expiration values in milliseconds. And what this will be a list, and it will be value colon never. So really the same, similar to this, right? But we're not going to have it correspond to label, but it'll be milliseconds. So ms for milliseconds. ms, I'm just going to copy this and then paste it here, here, and here. Never will not be an option, so I actually don't need that. 1 hour, so this will be just this hours calculation here. And this will be 24 hours, right? So that's 1 day. Yep. So there's this. This will be 24 hours. And then it'll be this times 7. And then it'll be this times 30. I also didn't spell this right. Expiration values in milliseconds. Like, I don't think we really use this anywhere other than the editing. You would probably want to extract it to like a constants. So like you would do like a date.ts, or you can do a constants if you don't think. I think it's probably better to just call this dates or date/constants.ts. So I'm fully riffing here, and I'm just thinking about these things on the fly. So please forgive me. Export, yeah. So we'll leave that there, and I think we can actually further define things by doing const hour is equal to this, right? And so, or rather, actually, yeah, const hour is equal to that. Then we can do just milliseconds is equal to, or hour in milliseconds. How do I want to do this? Yeah, hour in milliseconds. So this can be put here. This will be 24 times this. Then day. So const day in milliseconds is equal to this, I guess, technically. So I guess I don't need this. We just do day in millisecond. And then we'll do 7 days. So that's days in milliseconds. And then one more. So I'm sure there's a more elegant way that we can all think to do this, but this is the way that I'm doing it. So we'll do, I guess we'll just loop through all of the potential expiration values in milliseconds and do each comparison to the milliseconds, and the winner, quote unquote, will be, we'll just return the value. And again, as I said at the beginning, if it's greater than 30 days, then we'll just have it return 30 days. So let's go back in here. Okay, so what we're going to do is for ev const ev, because I think that's what I named it, expiration values, ev of expiration values in milliseconds. We're going to check if difference in milliseconds is less than ev.milliseconds. Then we're going to return ev of value. And I'm already going to see that there's an issue here because value is just a string. It's not these things. So I think we might have to say as array of object where value is expiration option and milliseconds is number. Let's see if that works. Great. And this is just complaining about the fact that we don't have that. So we actually don't need this, I don't think. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't really see a reason why we would just have 30 days, right? The only thing would be if milliseconds was negative, meaning expiration date was already overdue, then we wouldn't obviously just want the max. So if difference in milliseconds is less than 0, then return never. Whoops. Never. There we go. So let me just go through this one more time to make sure that everything looks logical, and I'll probably provide some comments here. So if difference in milliseconds between now and the expiration date, if difference is negative, then past in date is in the past. Return never then. And then go through all of the possible expiration options and determine if the difference corresponds to one of the options. If none match, then likely difference is greater than 30 days, so we make it 30 days. Right. So we have this function now that we can use to pass in expiration dates and turn them back into string options. So what we can do is just pass this one into here. Let me see here. If it does not exist. So that's an issue. So what we're going to do is probably just do a tertiary operator there. Expires at any. Nope, that's fine. Oh, this is a colon. There we go. And we have not imported this yet. So let's do that. Great. And now we need to add in the rest of this, which is public to be, well, do we explicitly tell them that we have to pass in is public? I mean, I guess it's just a Boolean, right? Yeah, I guess we do ask for specifically the default values. So is public to be false? Or true, actually. Let me just check. Yep, true. And actually, I'll just copy the rest of this. Oh, actually, wait, what am I doing? It's paste dot is public. That was the whole point. It's been a while. I'm coming back to it. This is dot language. Cue the Captain America meme there. Do I just plain? What was it? Oh, just text. Okay. And I think it would be better if we were to typecast it as one of our options, but, you know, it's fine. I think it's fine the way that it is. And then the title, data dot paste dot title, which again has the same issue. I think they should always have one because we do add in a default there, but for whatever ridiculous reason, somehow becomes null. Where is it? Where's the default? Here it is. Oh, it's just empty. Okay, great. So that works there. So it looks like we have fully refactored everything. We just need to provide the skeleton. What did I do for the home page? The home page doesn't have a load, so I'm going to have to create a skeleton for that. Fun. So what I'm going to do is just copy this here and put this here. And why don't I work on the paste real quick, and we'll revisit the skeleton once we put some of the paste stuff in there. Or the page contents in there. So let's see here. Const found paste. Where are we at? So we have the update. We're just grabbing the old paste to make sure that exists. If it does not exist, then we're going to say not found paste. That means it doesn't exist. Then we're going to throw new tRPC error. Code will be not found. And then message will be paste with given ID does not exist or user does not have access to it. Great. It's very nondescript error because it could be one or two things, and redirect people based off of what it actually could be. So actually, the more that I'm looking at this, and as I'm writing it out, the thing that I'm realizing is I had a conversation with someone about the fact that update actually also selects when you do this where. So technically I'm doing this query twice, right? That this is one select statement, right? And this would technically do it again, but as part of the update. So what we can do is refactor this just a little bit. In order for us to just leverage the fact that we're already doing the selection and we're going to be validating update paste anyways. So the benefits that we get from this and doing this at the beginning, it doesn't actually make sense, given what Drizzle actually implemented update as, right? Because this is a select, this is an update. We don't need to separate it out as being one select here, then, you know, this was an update. That's what I originally thought. As it turns out, I was wrong, and, you know, I was taught better. So here we go. The first thing I'm going to do is just take this type check here and just put it underneath. We're going to comment it out for now because we're going to be swapping this thing in with this, and it's a different conditional in order to say not found. We'll deal with that in a second. Another thing that we're going to do is this conditional. And actually, I didn't write the correct one because we should probably check, even though this would have gated it anyways, right? If the user doesn't have an access to the paste and we're using the same paste ID in both cases, I think it's just good practice to make the comparison to ensure for whatever edge, whatever some mess up happens, we are checking at every point possible to make sure that the user actually has access to the paste, right? And actually, this paste ID should be UUID, I think. Not that it matters too much, but yeah, because I think in my schema, I put it as UUID. Let me see here. The ID, yeah, it's UUID. So we'll just have that be zod.uuid. I don't know if I do it in the other places. I do. So we're just keeping things consistent. Great. Let's see. Back down here. Okay, good. So we have the updated paste. We do the select with the proper comparison to make sure that the user has access to it. They're comparing the user ID attached to the paste. It matches the user ID. And the paste ID that the user passed in matches the paste ID. So that's the select statement part of it here. And then we provide in the expiration date that we've used to extract it. Here, honestly, could probably turn this into its own function, which I may do. Convert. No, we don't need export. It's just function convert expires at to expiration date. And this should be pretty simple because all we're going to do is pass in expiration option, or just expires at value. And that will be of type expiration. What did I call it? No, I don't actually want to refer it to that, so I'll just use it as string. That'll be fine for now. And what it will return is a date object. Cool. And what did I do wrong here? Oh, because it's function const. There we go. If I'm using the arrow function notation. And so what I'm going to do is just copy this entire bit here. Oh, all the way down to here. That's all this thing is going to be. And let me just reformat this to make it look nice. And it should probably be date or undefined. So that down below here, we'll do return undefined. Expires at value, expires at value. Whoops. It needs to replace this whole bit. I'll just do that here. There and there. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I don't know why I grabbed that whole bit there. There we go. And then expiration date. Yeah, we can actually just return these. And if we do, we don't need these break statements. Or break, yeah. Statements, there we go. And here we will pass in this while passing in input dot expires at. Yeah, I guess, how would we use this? Well, oh yeah, we do the type check in here. So why don't we just do or undefined, and I think we just return this. Or no, that's not right. Yeah. Because never, we don't want to return never. We want to return undefined. Okay. Phew. All right, cool. So that's that. That should be that. So we'll test to make sure that the create works. And for this one, we'll do the exact same thing here. Convert, that one. And then do input dot expires at. Nice. Let's uncomment this out, and we're going to use update paste. It's going to replace all of this. Dot length is not equal to 0, or sorry, is equal to 0. So that means that the length is empty. And if it's empty, then that means it's not found, and the update didn't work. And if it did work, update paste 0. So we grab the first one, because that's where, if the paste was updated properly, then it would exist at this position. Doing this check also makes sure that we don't have an out-of-bounds access, right? That we're accessing something that doesn't exist. Well, we check that length is not 0. That means there's at least something, so we can always return something here. Awesome. So I believe everything should be all properly wired up. We have this thing here. We already have user ID and paste ID. So actually, I don't know. I don't think we actually need this. So actually, the return statement is actually not even needed. So interesting. Let me think about that for a second. Should we have returned it and just used that one? No, because I mean this is the exact same one, right? Yeah, and I think the only other thing that I would add is to invalidate the cache. Or no, we're doing a redirect, so that'll invalidate the cache automatically, I believe. So let's go over and test the app. And I actually need to run it again. I don't know why it stopped. Let's see. Okay, it is running. Let's jump over to the app. So I'll hit refresh. Okay, and let me sign in. Alright, we are fully signed in. We have this paste here. This is the edit. Oh, we have create new paste as the title, so let's make sure that we change that. I believe we have a field to do that. Yep, form title. So let's change that as well. Form title, which is edit your paste. So I'll save that. Let's go back. There you go. So edit your paste is along the top here. And so let's oh, we also need to change this button to not be create paste, but be edit paste. So we're gonna have to change that as well. So let's see. Let me create a tiny interface for that. Interface paste form submit text, and it'll be loading text, which we have type string, and display text, which will be also of type string. I'll put this on the top. And so if you want to overwrite it, you got to pass in that. So we'll do form submit text, form submit text, which will be of type paste form submit text. Okay. Whoops. Let's see. Oh, that, yeah, no. Wait, whoops, my bad. Belongs up here. Yeah, this will be better. And actually I can just call this a type, not an interface. There we go. Alright. We can override it. So form submit text, which will be display text to be edit, and loading text to be editing. And then we go back to the bottom part of our paste form here. And yeah, this is going to look a little bit complicated, so I'll just tab this down to make it look a little bit simpler for everyone. This will be form submit text, and if it exists, then we're going to use form submit text dot display text. And I guess it would be the same thing here. Form submit text dot loading text. There we go. I guess the cleaner way to do it would be to do like a little check up all the way up here, like the way that we do for these lines, but yeah, that might be better. So I'll just grab this here. Go scroll all the way above the JSX. Const submit display text is equal to this. And then const submit loading text. And let's just go down here. Grab this bit here. Oh no, I did it the reversed order. Anyways, is submitting. This will be form or submit loading text and submit display text. So ended up not actually needing for these things to be super long, but what I'm going to need is, and this will be loading, right? Or no, yeah, that was right. And we just need to change this for this and this to display text. There we go. Phew. Alright, let me just make sure that's 100% right. Yeah, that's the loading. That's the display. And I want loading to go before display because it's submitting is the loading state. Okay, great. I just do a once over here. Yep. Got all this. This looks fine. Okay. Alright, let's go back to the page. Let's edit. Oh, I guess I didn't make any changes. So just write like a little. I guess that's a poor thing. We can't tab inside of there. I'll just enter console log. Console log hello world. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking so hard about what to write inside of here. Yeah, that's it. Hit edit. Actually, save. Save would be better. Yeah, save and saving. That would make a lot more sense than just the same edit as the top here. So yeah, you can see save down there. We hit save, and you can see console log right there. Awesome. So let's just create a new paste just to make sure everything functions properly. So whatever, test hello world, and the content is console.log hello world. Create the paste. There we go. Let's edit it. Oh no, it needed to be JavaScript. Let's save. Also to let you see these are the durations, and we can do flip it over to public and private. So all that good jazz. Great. So we have the editing thing done. The next thing that we'll need to do is create the dashboard that'll go here, which will display all of the pastes, and we've created a lot of pastes over all the little testing sessions, so we'll be able to see them and interact with them on a nice looking dashboard. So hopefully best part of the lesson is showing you how to use tables, creating a very nice modern looking dashboard using Shadcn, what should be the standard going forward. And once we wrap that all up nicely in a bow, we'll jump over to Vercel and push the project up. So super excited. We're almost there. So before I move on and get absolutely demolished for it in the comments, we need to create the skeleton for our edit page. So we're going to grab our app skeleton, or app header skeleton, and then inside of here we're going to do a div, and I'm just going to create a very simple skeleton instead of doing one for the paste form, since home didn't need one, so it'd be redundant to create it. I guess you could move this portion and turn it into a paste form skeleton, but for me, I'm just wanting to finish this tutorial, so I apologize. If yeah, we're just getting it done. It's better to have something done than pretty. So we're gonna have our card here, and then class name max width 4XL MX auto width of full, card header, which doesn't have any styling. Then inside of here, a skeleton, class name H of 8, width of 64, and we'll do another skeleton here. I guess I need to import this card header. Class name H of 4, width of 48, and then below this card header we'll have a card content. There we go. And inside of this we'll just have a skeleton that will take up a big space just to pretend to be the form. So height of 64, width of full. Great. So if we go back to the app, let's see, where is it? Here. I think we can just go back a couple one, and we should be able to get to the edit, or just to any paste. We'll hit the edit, and let me see if I refresh. Yeah, you can see the skeleton there. There we go. Cool. So now back to needing to build dashboard. So we're going to do this the same way that we do for most of these. Just collapse everything and clean everything up here. Inside of our app folder here, we're going to add in a new folder, dashboard. I need to spell it right, dashboard. We're going to put our UI folder in here, and at the dashboard level, make sure you don't put it inside of UI by accident, your TSX. We're going to have const dashboard. And you know what? Let's see, which one would be a good one? I mean, I think this one should be, no, it's not, because it has the props. I guess home? Not really. I mean, yeah, I guess sorta. So we'll just copy this in here and turn this into dashboard page. Put this here, and then yeah, dashboard. Oh my gosh, dashboard. There we go. Dashboard content. We'll paste this here, and go to dashboard. I'll just copy that and put that there. And now we need to create the dashboard page contents. I'm astonished that I spelled it right. Export const dashboard page contents, and we'll return just a blank div here for now, and that should be there. So this is just IntelliSense being slow. So we have our stuff in here. Some of the things we're gonna need some prefetching and all of the little safety bits around the error boundary and the suspense. So I guess what I'm going to do is just move this over to be on the same side. Just collapse this temporarily while I bring this up here so that about there-ish. So I just grab the same thing. Query client is equal to get query client void query client dot prefetch query tRPC dot paste dot get all user pastes dot query options. And the thing that we're going to need to pass is user. Actually, we don't need the user ID. So I don't think we need to actually pass in anything. Just because we're going to be able to grab it from the context inside of the procedure itself. So we don't need to pass it in. And it's really strange that this is not working. What if I deleted this and then just imported it? There we go. Must have been some spelling mistake that I made. But anyways, we've got it now. We need a hydration boundary, sorry, not barrier. State will be dehydrate. There we go. Query client. And let's bring this up to the top. Then inside of here, we need error boundary. Oh, it actually imported from the right spot. Usually it forces you to write it custom. So we have our error boundary. We'll have a fallback of just a div error for now. And then we'll have a suspense for the loading state. Grab that from React. And I'm going fast because we've done this quite a few times. So hopefully, you know, you're even faster than me at making these, right? Great. So cool. Yeah, so we need to create the procedure. We need to create our UI for the dashboard. So those things aren't too hard. I think I should be all set here. I don't think anything else that I need up top here. What was not found used where? Oh, okay. It was just throwing that. Okay. So cool. Now we just need our dashboard page contents. So what goes inside of this page? Interface. Do I need this, actually? Okay. I don't think we actually need this. It's in my starter code, or master code, but we don't actually use it. So first we're going to just specify a const limit to be equal to 20. In my sample code, I put it as a variable inside of here and then passed it in as a prop. Not sure if that was me or I just missed that in code review. But we can just put it as a constant over in the dashboard page contents file itself. We don't need to pass it as a prop. We have use state here, which will be of 0. What I'm going to do is also rename this to capital, all caps limit, so that it looks like a constant. Let's see. So the usual stuff that goes inside of here: min, height, screen, BG, gray, 50 divided by 50. And honestly, you know, after typing this a million times, maybe I should have created like a, you know, container that has all of this stuff along with the app header and just called it for each one. I think that's something that could be good to do. This one needs is authenticated. So I guess we'll pass that in. Is authenticated. And we'll just do a Boolean version of session there. And then I guess we'll need our interface after all. dashboard page contents props, and then we'll pass in what was it again? Is authenticated, which is a type Boolean. All right, and so let's just extract that is authenticated, give it its type, and then pass in is authenticated. Great. So below our app header here, we'll have our main content. So we'll have main, right, class name, container, mx auto, px of 4, py of 8. So again, more stuff that we could probably retool and just create a central abstracted object for, just like how we did with paste form. But again, I'm just trying to finish this. Font bold, margin bottom of 2, text gray 900, text 3XL. My pastes as the title, then as the little suffix underneath, class name, text gray 600. Manage and view all your pastes in one place. Great. And then still within the main tag, but underneath the div here, we're going to do, there's going to be some content here. We'll hold off on actually doing this next part, which is actually building the table. We'll hold off on that until we actually do our tRPC procedures. So there's 2 of them that we're going to need to be creating. One is to actually retrieve all of the pastes per user, and then the other one is to be able to delete pastes, right? So, if you create one that doesn't have an expiration date, it's going to sit there forever, right? And sometimes you get cluttered, you want to remove it, you don't want to store things anymore for security reasons. We should give an option for the user to delete them. We also will have to link out over to the edit page, right, to allow for someone to edit a paste, and then the last bit on the table will be to be able to share a link to a paste from the dashboard, right? You go down to one of them. Yes, you could just like open it up in a new tab, which we will allow you to do. Open it up in a new tab and view the paste. But, just have a quick copy button, just like we do for copying the paste themselves, to just copy the link. So I think that that's a sensible thing to have. So now let's jump over to the tRPC, server, routers, and paste, and let's create it. So do we have a get? We have get by user and paste ID. So that's drilling down to user and paste. But we're going to need to get per user. So we're just going to grab this, put this here, and then protected procedure dot input. Actually, there was no input, so we can just do dot query. Async context input. I had a brain fart there real quick. Let's just do that. Okay, so we're all good here. And we're going to do something pretty similar to this, but instead of find first, I mean, we're literally going to do something quite similar to this, but we're going to change a couple things. So obviously we don't have this bit here. We're going to find many, right? Where we don't have this and anymore. And certainly it's not going to be equals. It's going to be in array. Context. Actually, we don't even have input. Context dot user .id. Let's see, is this actually right? Maybe it is equals. Yeah, okay. So found pastes. Let's see if this actually returns a list. It does. Great. And we're also grabbing the user information alongside of it. This one will be if found pastes dot length is equal to 0, then none of them have been found. And then we're going to have to do something a little bit different here. Well, I'll just comment it out for now, but we need to do something similar. So basically for const fp of found pastes, right? And so fp is a single one of the pastes, right? I mean, I guess technically we can just use this same bit here, just paste that in there, uncomment this portion, and switch out found paste for fp. And this is not caller ID. This would be context.db, or sorry, yeah, context.user.id. And we don't need this anymore. Let me see here. Actually, is there a case? I don't think there's a case where this would be actually be needed. Yeah, because all of them would belong to the user because we've already down selected for it. So let's just remove that, and we won't have an is expired field, but we will have pastes be found pastes. So let me just look this over one more time to make sure that I did everything correct. And actually, now that I'm looking at it, there is a circumstance where a user goes to the dashboard, or potentially could navigate to the dashboard even if we hide it from the user when they don't have any pastes, that they would come there and just be shown like an empty table. So maybe we shouldn't be throwing an error. This is maybe a little bit too harsh of a response, if you will, that it should be allowed if the paste is empty. So I'm just going to return it. It's going to be super simple. Yeah, and yeah, so that all looks good to me. We got found pastes, which is an array, and all looks good. So that prefetch works now, so we need to grab const tRPC is equal to use tRPC, and const pastes, or data, sorry, is equal to use suspense query, and we'll pass in tRPC dot paste dot get all user paste dot query options, and there's nothing being passed into it. And now you can look in our data. It has data dot pastes. All looks good there. In fact, we can just return pastes because we're not returning anything else. We don't need the object. We can just return found pastes like that. And so data will just be the actual pastes, and then we can just rename it to pastes. And we can use paste as the variable going forward. So great. One of the things that we would do is like pastes dot length is greater than 0. So if that means, table with contents. Otherwise, we'd have, a banner telling the user they don't have pastes and give them a CTA button to create one. Okay, let's just bring this down a line so it's easy to read. Great. So you can see how we're using that to basically, conditionally render one thing versus the other, right? The table with the actual pastes, if paste.length is greater than 0. Otherwise, we'll give him a banner that says, welcome, or, you don't have any pastes, create one, with a button that takes you there. Really, you should have seen it on the home page, but, it's just just in case, right? So cool. There's that. I think we should also take the opportunity to create the delete pastes button as well. Or not button, the procedure to delete a paste. And we can do this. So here we'll do delete protected procedure dot input. We actually need the input because we will grab the paste ID. It needs to be put inside of z.object, and then paste ID, which will be of z.string, and that is not optional. Then dot mutation async context input, and the rest of the function. Great. All right, so for our delete here, again, I'm going to take a lesson, same as we did with the update here, where we can just use update for one thing. We don't need to like grab the paste first, make sure it exists, and then do the delete. We can just rely on the rollback with the actual delete itself, as opposed to, you know, doing the validation check ourselves, because it doesn't really do much. So I intend to agree, and someone more eloquent explained it to me. So yeah, I just think that I agree that I shouldn't waste time doing a separate query to then, you know, potentially knock back out, escape early out of the procedure, when there are a lot more legitimate cases, and doing that extra step is an extra point of latency, right? Not just doing the query, but also the extra if condition, and if this API, wherever one is, here, like just doing this for a million queries at scale, right? A million mutations at scale, it adds up, and you know, is a strain on your server side and is a strain on the user, because over time that's just seconds of their lives that they're losing, right? And that those seconds add up the more that they hopefully will be using your application. So yeah, we'll do it this way. Const deleted, we're waiting context.db.delete, and we'll be passing in paste. And where, what is our where? We're going to have and equals, and it actually is going to look the same as this one. So I'm actually going to just borrow this real quick. There we go. And input.user_id, we're not using that. We're going to use context.user.id. Okay. And let's see. And the reason that we used user ID here was because we're potentially grabbing a public paste from a user that we specify in the URL. Deleting needs to be the actual owner, right? The person making the call actually is the owner of this paste, the user that is actually connected to the paste. It can't just be, us fishing around with user IDs until we either get lucky, because we'll probably in a production app rate limiting this, but even with rate limiting and preventing people from just testing every single user ID across the sun, if someone accidentally and luckily guesses the right user ID, or a user ID has been leaked and, a user loses their user ID, we don't want them to, suffer, a bunch of deleted pastes, right? Because for this app, it's, not too important. I mean, maybe a paste could be like a private note that's being sent around, and thus, or something super critical in the case of being deleted, right? Like, oh, these are my, the crypto password, passcodes, right? All the long text, right? You saved it to a paste for whatever reason, instead of putting them down on paper. Thanks for trusting our website. But, obviously we would want to secure things and make sure that only the user that is authenticated and is the owner of a paste is allowed to delete it, right? As opposed to allowing for anybody to see any public ones as long as they know the URL, right? Or the user ID and the paste ID, potentially independently, which they can just compose the URL. So there's that. And we'll have returning, because I do want to grab the deleted, which right now is nothing, right? We need dot returning. And we'll just pass in here title and paste dot title, because that's the only field that we're going to need. The name of the paste, just because we're going to put up a toast on a successful delete with the name of the paste that's been deleted. If deleted dot length is equal to 0, then we'll throw an error, right? Throw new tRPC error, and this will be a code not found. Message, and let's use the generic message. Where do we have one? There we go. Paste with the given ID does not exist, or the user does not have access to it. So just provide a very generic one that is the same across the board for any call, and then we're going to return success to be true. Title deleted, the first one dot title, right? And actually, I don't know why in our sample code we have success to be true. I don't think we actually use it. I'm looking around. I don't think we do. So we're just going to remove it. Okay. So we're going to do const delete paste mutation is equal to use mutation from Tanstack Query. tRPC.paste.delete mutation options. We're going to have on success, which will get back data. And we're going to put up a toast. Sonner deleted paste. And we'll provide a colon here to just provide data dot title. And then we're just going to trigger a refetch. Whoops. Let's see. Where do we have to grab refetch from? Refetch is from suspense queries. Here we go. And we need to call this string or null. Why is title string or null? Oh, it's because the title could possibly not exist. So we'll just do unnamed paste. Whoops. Plus sign there. My bad, instead of the comma. And then we'll just do on error, right? And then we'll have error, and then toast dot error. Failed to delete. Oh my gosh, delete paste with this error. Again, the plus sign, not, there we go, error and dot message. Or no, just error. Okay. Is it not dot message? No, it is dot message. Weird. I don't know why that was missed in the thing. Okay. Cool. So yeah, now we have to create our table, and maybe I'll create the banner to do the call to action to create a new paste, which is fairly simple. It'll be a card, and it's going to be messed up because of, oh my gosh. Yeah, we'll just add a thing here. We need to import card. Great. Card does not have a style. We'll just do card content. Give it a class name. Padding top of 6. Text center. A div. Class name space y-4. You don't have any pastes, which should be actually inside of another div. To give it a style, class name text gray of 500, and then underneath here we'll have a button. You can import it as child, and then provide a link. Make sure to grab it from next/link. Create paste, and then provide an href over to home, because that's where we're creating our pastes. Okay, so we have that banner. Now we need to create our table. So first part for the table, we're going to provide a card here, and then inside of it we'll have card header, and then we'll have a card title. Make sure that you imported header and title, so we haven't used them yet. Then we're going to provide a style for our card title, class name, flex, items, center, justify between. There we go. And then provide your pastes. And then on the opposite side of it, we'll add in a badge, which we need to grab. Make sure that you grab the components UI one, not the Lucid React icon of a badge. And then we're going to give it variant of outline. And then inside of here, we'll do pastes.length. We'll give it a space, then we'll write pastes, and then just right after that, just paste, and we need to know whether or not it's plural. So if paste.length is not equal to 1, then it's plural, so we get an S. If not, then we don't give it an S. Wonderful. So now that we're done with the title, let's give it a description, card description, which we'll need to import as well, and then we'll write click on any paste to view it or manage its settings. Okay, so that's the header on the top there. Below the header, but still within the card, we'll have card content. And inside of that, we'll have a div. Give it a class name of overflow x auto. What is that for? So very often we'll be, in most apps, we generally use overflow y auto. But in this case, we have a constrained width that we have on the screen. And so y usually will allow for you to scroll downwards, right? But constrain things within the view screen. So overflow x, right, which is a little bit rarer because people don't usually horizontally scroll as much, does that in the horizontal plane on the x-axis, right? And in this case, if we're going to be rendering a table that goes in the middle of our dashboard, we need a way to get to columns when some columns may be longer than others and push content to the right of the screen. We need a way for the user to be able to scroll over, right, and get to the content that they need, and obviously scroll back. So that's what overflow x auto is for. So inside of this div, we will grab our table component from @components UI table, and we don't have a lot of fancy actions that we're doing. with the table. So in most cases, you'll sometimes wrap it within a wrapper component and write specific things for columns and the headers portion of it called table head. We'll look at that in a little bit. For this use case, the table is pretty simple, and so we won't be necessarily needing that. Now, if we were to do some more rich things like coloring different headers or, having more icons to the tops of the columns of the table, then we might want to think about, reusable components and, if we had variable size tables like an Excel sheet, for example, and that is basically we can build one on top of a table, then we would think about some of those more richer features. If you'd like to see that, put a comment down below. Happy to, take a look at that in the future. But for this part, I think that's probably overkill for that. So we're just going to be using the basic implementation of the table. We're first going to provide a table header. Then inside of this table header, we're going to have a table row. And then inside of this table row, we'll have a table head. So that's the basic structure of the header that goes inside of a table, right? You have the header, then you have the row, then you have each individual table heads, which are the columns, right? And sometimes I'll just rename certain wrapper components that I'll put within a table just to rename things within the columns and rows. This is just how Shadcn provides the name of it. Now, honestly, you could, because it's in components UI and you have access to it, if you don't like how it's named and you want to change it, you can obviously table header here, body, footer, row, table, a lot of these which we're going to use, cell, caption, right? You can just change them here and then change the export, and so on and so forth. So like if you change the function name, right? If I don't want header, right? If this is column header, right? Or just column head, because we might have column headers be here at the top, or we can keep it as, table, header and have this be column header, right? There's no overlap there. And if we can just take this and then swap out table head for that, right? And then we would just import it, the same way that we would any of the other ones that are being grabbed from components UI table. So let's just turn this back into table head. I'll just keep it this way because, just want to match the usual Shadcn, but for your own implementation, if you wanted to adjust it, that's how you would do it. So cool. Let's see here. So weird. Why is authenticated not being used? Oh, because I need to pass in is authenticated. My bad. If I just used is authenticated like that, and I'm sure a lot of you were writing in the comments already, you can delete the comment. I saw it. If you did just is authenticated, then you're passing in true for the Boolean. And that's why I didn't raise up an error. If you do it this way, then you're saying that there's a prop called is authenticated, and I'm passing the is authenticated prop down. So it's a little bit of prop tunneling, but that's how we would handle it. This usual 2 layers of prop handling I usually find is fine. Some people might be very pedantic about that. Depends on, your style guide for your particular company. If this is a problem, I'm happy to go through a separate tutorial on how to deal with, some people might do it in states. So you might use ZooStand to manage, an app level state. And you might do like a hook, right? Similar to like use tRPC, where you can get the authentication state. Now, technically, right, we can also, we grabbed it here, right? That's the only reason we prop tunneled, right? But technically, we could still use get session within a client component, right? But, I'm just like, okay, let's just pass it through the prop and, send it through. It's not too big of a deal. Authentication, isn't going to be changing a lot. And if it does change, then obviously, there's going to be a redirect, right? You're going to be signed out if your is authenticated is changed for whatever reason. And so it's the juice is not worth the squeeze trying to, remove a little bit of prop tunneling, in my opinion. But, if you disagree, love to have that conversation in the comments civilly. So I'm just going to paste in the table heads because there's not too much different about them. They're just all of the different columns, so I'll just go through them. They're all different widths, right, between what I'm kind of allowing for each column to be. And so that's why, I wouldn't really extract these into individual components. But, if you had a lot of them that were similar or, they had the same icon in there, but they just had a different name text, well, I just put all of these into a list, pass them into, column row component, which would then go through all of the list of, titles here that I put into the list, and then render the column with the the title and the same icon and the same look, right? But all of these are different, so that's why they're all put separately, right? So there's that. We're done with the header. Then inside of table still, but underneath the header, we'll have table body. And here, what we're going to do is use a curly brace and then do pastes.map. And we're going to be passing in paste, or not passing in, but, for each of the maps, or for each of the pastes, basically, we're going to be doing stuff. And the first one is figuring out, okay, is it expired or not? And that'll be paste.expiresAt and date.now is less than. What is expires at? Is it a date or is it a string? Let's see. That does not tell me anything. I can do it from here. Nope. Let's go up to pastes here. And expires at is a date object. So we can just do paste.expiresAt. And then we need to return some stuff. So let me just do this just to see if this works. This comparison is not right. What is now? Now is a number. Oh, it's the number of milliseconds. Dot time. Nope. Dot. Does not have dot time. Get time. There we go. And now we can make the comparison. So this is in milliseconds elapsed since the epoch. And then you can see this get time gets the time value since the epoch, January 1st, 1970. Okay, cool. Then inside of here we'll have a table row. And we need to provide a key since we're going through each of these whenever we create a new component or returning a new component. And putting them all together as a part of a mapping function, mapping function, then we need to provide a key value. If not, there's going to be a warning that pops up in the browser, which clutters up your console log, and ultimately it's best practice to put a key in here. We can just do paste.id. Since each ID is going to be unique, we'll know that we have unique keys. Then inside of here, table cell is what we're going to be using for each of the individual cells inside of the app, or inside of the table, sorry. We'll have class name, font, medium, and there will be a link. And we'll have href. And we should have this somewhere, right? One of the redirects. Oh, do we not have it? I can grab it from one of the other pages. Let's see. No? Really? Oh yeah, because it's the view. I think the edit page will have it. right here. Yeah, I need this chunk. Nope. Or I guess I'll take this entire chunk here. So I just grabbed it from the edit page. And then I will go down here, paste it in here, and remove edit. And I guess we'll need user ID and paste ID, because I don't think we have it here. Or no, I can just grab it from pastes, right? Because we will have paste dot user ID, and then paste dot ID. And it's not capital I, it's lowercase I. So you probably could have typed that out in the time that it took for me to copy that. So that was a waste of time. We'll also give it a style for the link. And that will be class name, hover, underline, text, blue, 600. And then paste dot title. And if that does not exist, then we'll do untitled paste. There we go. And we're just going to go through inside of this cell and basically create each of the cells that belong to each one of these columns. So we'll have table cell again. Class name width of 300 px. We'll have a div here. Class name truncate. We'll have the code, and we'll basically just provide like a brief preview of what's inside of the paste. So we'll have a class name, break all text gray 600, text extra small, and then inside of it we'll have truncate content, paste dot content, and we'll pass in 80, so the last 80 characters of that. Now we need to create the truncate content function. It's just a little helper function. Truncate content, there we go. And we're gonna have content be a type of string, max length is equal to 100 by default. Then inside of here, return content dot length. If it's greater than max length, then we're gonna do content dot substring 0, max length, and we'll give it an ellipses after that to show that it has been truncated. Otherwise, just return, sorry, not in quotes, but just return the content. Great. So there's that bit. So we pass in explicitly 80 here. I don't think we actually use truncate anywhere else. So, you know, what I'm going to do is actually we can remove this extra part. We're not really reusing it around, so I don't think we actually need this. And we'll just hard code 80 here. Just because, you know, if that's the only one that we're going to be truncating content for, then we don't need to, you know, do all the passing in and, you know, having potential issues there. Okay, so the next cell, and make sure that you're doing these inside of the table row. The next cell will just be a badge, and it'll be variant outline. I don't know if I actually did a single badge that isn't variant outline. I might just make it the new default. Let's do this. Variant outline. Yeah, everything is outline. Oh no, these ones are secondary and destructive. I mean, like most of these are outline. So I might make outline default, and I mean these are, like, I never use the badge with the default. Oh, I do it once. Interesting. Because I think the default is just there's no styling. So let me just go and look inside of component. Badge.tsx. Yeah, so the variant is default, and default is this. So there is some minor styling going on. Or BG a primary, whatever we set that to be inside of Tailwind. We haven't set that, so I believe it should just be a white background or whatever. And primary foreground would be black, I think. Yeah, because it was just white text for public, right? And that was what that one was for. Yeah. So I mean, we use outline a lot. Like, we can just change the default variant to be outline. Because outline end up being coming, but yeah. Anyways, we'll just leave it the way that it is, just so that you don't have to go back and change all of it. But that's certainly an option that we could have done from the start. But it's all right. Let's see here. Paste.language. That'll go inside of the badge here. Then another table cell. This one will also have a badge. You never guess what's inside of it. Oh my gosh. Is it a variant of outline? Yeah, it is. Or no, actually. Oh my gosh, it's not. I'm lying. I looked at the wrong line. Paste.isPublic. So we're going to have different styles based off of the fact that it is public or not. So as we saw earlier, public uses the default variant. And if it is not public, then we will use the secondary, which I believe is black with white text by default. And we have paste.isPublic. And then we'll provide the words public or private. Self-explanatory there. Then we'll have table cell. This, I believe, is when the paste was created. So we'll provide a class name, text gray 600, text small, format, distance to now from date FNS, and then paste.created at, and then add suffix to be true. Okay. And then table cell. So we've already used format distance now, but if you're for some reason just watching starting now, I just thought about that. You pass in either a date in the form of a string, a number, or an actual date object, and it basically returns a equivalent English value to what would be a normal numeric and unit value. So basically converts this into this more readable version with a little bit more flavor, right? Like less than a minute, 1 minute, about blah blah blah, and it kind of matches what we were doing before in the the paste form, I believe, with our labels, right? So kind of similar to that, right? But obviously a lot more complex. And then I believe this will be the last table cell. This one's going to be used for, whoops, we already have one. This is the last one. We'll have a div inside of here, and we'll have class name, flex column, gap of 1, on small screens, gap of 2, or small screens and above. And on small screens and above, we'll also do flex row. So if we're on a small screen, then we'll put all of the contents of what's inside of this div in a column. And if we're on a larger screen, then we're spreading it out into a row format. And what is going to be inside of here? We're going to have a button as child. We'll have class name, text extra small, size of small, variant outline. And then we'll provide an href here. And this one will just be a copy of this one, I suppose. I mean, I don't know if you want this. This was going to be just view, but I think that's a waste. Just putting another view. Maybe it's because it's a fast shortcut instead of having someone scroll the table all the way back to the first part to be able to get to it. So this is for if you're looking at the distance to now from, or like how old the paste is, right? And if you're looking at it all the way on the right side, then this is a way for you to quickly get over to the view to view the paste itself. So I'll provide another button. This one's going to be a lot more useful. It does have the same style, so I'll just copy paste this into here. It will also have a link, right? This will be edit, and so we'll basically just be using this, but writing edit at the end. Edit. What's wrong? I forgot the curly brace there. Cool. And then the last one is to delete button. And this one's going to have quite a bit of styling, so we'll just do this. Class name, text, extra small. Disabled will be when delete paste mutation dot is pending. On click will be handle delete paste, which we'll create in a second, and pass in paste.id, and then size of small, variant of destructive. Great. And then obviously this one's just going to be delete, right? Cool. And then now we need to create handle paste. And the reason that we've created a little wrapper function around it is I'm going to create a little confirmation modal that will pop up. So handle delete paste is equal to asynchronous paste ID of string. So we're passing into it. If confirm, are you sure you want to delete this paste? This action cannot be undone. So we're just going to create a little dialog pop-up that will ask the question to the user. And if they answer in the affirmative, then we're going to have try await delete paste mutation dot mutate asynchronously. And we'll provide an ID, paste ID. Great. And then catch. So if there was some form of an option, error or an issue, then we'll just accept it here. We'll have console dot error, toast dot error failed to delete paste with the error. And I mean, I guess technically we'll have two errors or two toasts here. So let's do the console log. Console log or console error failed to delete paste error. Okay. Cool. All right. I think that we are almost there. Let me see where. Yes. We need a pagination. So let's say there are so many things within the table and we don't want to show them all at once. We want to have a limit for how many the user can see. Then they flip to a different page, right, of the table to be able to look at the next certain amount of entries. So that's why we provided a limit of 20 beforehand. But, we want a way for the user to basically flip through. And actually, before I go about actually implementing full pagination, there's two types that we can really think about, right? If we think about the amount of pastes that a user might have, and let me generalize it so that it's even, it's useful for things that are not just related to paste, but just think about like if you have a table and you're displaying a certain number of items. Well, there's pagination that you can do on the client side with the browser, and there's pagination that you can do on the server side. So how do we deal with that? So one of the things that we can think about is we can either provide a limit to the amount of pastes that are being pulled on the server side and being transmitted over to the browser, and then the browser just displays what it gets, right? And so if we say, oh, API, we have a limit of 20 pastes that we're going to show, so please grab the 20, insert a certain filter, if you will, if you want. For us, we're just going to choose the 20 most recent pastes, right? The ones that have been created the earliest, right? Those will be sorted within the list in the first 20, generally. And then, if we wanted to get the next one, right? Let's say that, on most websites, you'll see like the numbers along the bottom. That'll be like 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can skip through all the contents of the table by just skipping through each one of the pages, right? Hence pagination. And so, what we're going to add in this little area is the little numbers. So we'll do that in a second. But, that's the server side. We will say, okay, I set a limit of 20 here, and I'll pass it into the query. We'll do that in a second. But basically, we'll tell the server, okay, I only want the most recent 20, and that'll be, page 0, right? And the user might want to switch to page 2, right? So skipping page 1, going to page 2, well, we need to grab the 20th, but based off of some form of offset, right? Offset off of the first index. And so we have an offset of 0 initially, right? That we're just getting the first 20. If we're on the second page, we need to have an offset of 2, right, for the second page. Thus, that would mean that on page 2, we're getting the, if page 1 was 21 to 40, then page 2 would be 41 to 60, right? And that offset helps move us off of the 0th index, right, over to, the 41st to 60th, which would be, reduce the number down by 1 because, in programming generally we index off of 0 instead of 1. So it would start at 40 and go up to 49 since we're starting at 0. So hopefully that's an explanation. You understand the explanation of how pagination would work on the server side. That's generally if we have, in this example, a lot of pastes. If you have a large number of items that could possibly be presented in a table, you would want to use server-side pagination. Now let's say, right, that, there's really probably only going to be 5 to 10 entries, right? Or even within the limit, right? 20. And, maybe once in a blue moon, right? It's an annual thing. And, it's a champagne problem if we ever, hit 100, right? It's 100 years, like one for every year. 100 years, it's going to take a very long time before we even hit the limit. We'll probably switch over to server-side pagination well before it even becomes a laggy problem, right? That it takes a longer amount of time to pull a lot of items from the API, then transmit that all the way over to the browser, and the browser is storing a lot of extra pastes that are technically not being displayed because we're only displaying 20 at a time, right? It's space inefficient, it's time inefficient. So at some point, you want to move over to server-side pagination. But if there's only going to be about, a little bit over 20, and 20 is the limit anyways, maybe you just want to do a simpler client-side pagination, right? Which would just involve take the list of pastes, chop off at the 20th index, right? 19. Save the rest for later, but we're just going to show 0 through 19. When the user selects a different page, we do the offset of data that we've stored already within the browser because we pulled them all up front. And so technically that pagination is faster as well on the client side because obviously we've already stored everything into memory within the browser. So that pagination, that offset, is just as fast as the JavaScript runtime can process it, and then for React to re-render things right within the DOM. And so, that's obviously a lot faster than us saying, okay, we need the next 20. Let me go reach up to the server, pull it, and then boop, we got to do the re-render and, update the cache and all that type of stuff, right? So you can obviously see trade-offs on either side, right? But, on that server side, right, the opposite coin is more space efficient. You only grab what you need. And for most users, if they never switch over to a different page or they don't do it very often, then it's totally fine. There are certain higher level strategies which we won't go off on too much, but there is, proactive pagination. So you will hydrate a query based off of a user maybe hovering close to number 2. You already trigger an API call so that it pulls the data ahead of time, just in the anticipation of the user actually clicking the button. So if the user scrolls over, gets pretty close, are they going to do it? Yes, they are, right? And, that's a trick that certain people use. There are others, like if you have it saved in the back end, that there are certain items that people often look at, right? You might want to, advance load those, right? An example of that would be, YouTube showing you only a certain number of videos, but they know which ones you kind of like, right? And so they might also pull those, but then hide those in a reduced state so that they can show you the preview of what you want to see, but not actually load all of the content, right? And only load it when you actually need it, right? And so there's partial loading, there's different types of strategy that you can do, and tricks that you can do. Those are all super advanced stuff. We're just going to deal with, I'll do an implementation of server-side pagination just to see, and then, just do a really simple client-side pagination example. You can choose which one you think is best, and I also laid out the circumstances of which I would recommend you would use each one. And so after this really long-winded explanation, let's jump into it. So we're going to have to refactor the tRPC procedure in paste. So let's just go over to here. And I'll turn this into the client side, right? The client side is where you just get everything, and we'll paginate everything that way. But let me just do get all, not get all user pastes, but get user pastes by pagination. And this will be a protected procedure. We'll be querying, we need our input because we're going to be passing some things in here, z.object. And we'll be querying, but I'll deal with that in a second. Inside of here, we will have the limit, so the amount of things or amount of pastes that we want to grab at a certain time. So we'll do z dot number, right? Technically, do they have unsigned? Unsigned? No, they do not. Damn. I was looking for unsigned ints, which would be just positive values. Another way that you could technically get to that is number.min is 1. It does not exist. Oh, I need to do parentheses. There we go. And we can do max. You can also set a maximum. Like, we will never ever allow for a user to go above 100. Sometimes you'll see like a little drop down menu that says like show this certain amount, right? So a user can flip through, oh, they don't want 20, they want 48 or some. And so this, just makes sure that like a front end developer doesn't accidentally put, 1,000, and then back end you're like, well, hey homie, let's not do that, right? Let's just, treat our servers with respect. Just do 100. So there's that. It's not optional. You could also send a message, right? Obviously, we've done minimum before here. You could send a message to let people know, minimum, of 1. Limit also can't be 0. I think that would be kind of strange. You could technically also set like a limit of like 10, that a user can't ask for less than 10. But, that also prevents users who don't have 10 pastes yet from showing their stuff. So this is probably the best one. By default, we can also set a default and just set it to 20. So we have this limit here, but we can also enforce it here. So have it in multiple places. If it accidentally gets deleted from dashboard contents, we're covered here. And if it accidentally gets nuked over here, then we'll have it over here. So the other one is the offset, right? Which, remember, technically corresponds to the page, right? But it allows for us to say, okay, if the limit of the amount that we want to get is 20, then if we offset it by 1, then we're getting the 21st to the 40th, right? The next 20 in the list, which again, since we're 0 indexing, 19, it would be 0 to 19, so it would be 20 to 39, right? That we actually get. So the offset will be z.number as well. Minimum will be 0, right? And then, would you ever set a max offset, like the amount of pages? Probably not, because a user should hypothetically have infinite pastes. They're a power user. And we'll set the default to be 0. So great. Yeah, cool. So inside of here, we'll have async, context, and input. And something pretty similar to this, right? So we'll just grab that much. But we can provide offset to be offset. So I think that, offset to be input dot offset. It doesn't provide an explanation, but obviously it does what I've explained over and over and over again. And then limit, which I believe is, which is literally just limit. So it's limit and input dot limit. There's that. And since we need to get the total amount of all the pastes, what I'm going to do is, this is how you can do parallel queries. So technically I could do found paste and then start another query to find out how many the total is. So obviously with this found pastes, right, it's only by the limited amount. So I'll even write it like limited found pastes, right? And that'll be put here. However, I need to get the whole total number so that we know how many pastes there potentially are. So then we can divide up and create the amount of possible pages there are, right? And, we might have, 20 times 10, so 200, right? It'll be 10 pages. We have 50, that'll be 3 pages, right? So we'll just do the math off of that. So the way that we do multiple queries in parallel, so that they aren't run in sequence, we use promise all. And so each of these are promises, and we use await to wait until these queries resolve, and that's how we're able to get the value. Promise.all just basically says, okay, we will await for everything to resolve. Everything's going to be done at the same time, asynchronously. And once they all resolve, then we can all extract the values within all of these queries. So we will have a count or a paste count, right? And that one will need another query. So that's the first one, and we will need a end of parentheses and end array, square bracket or brace, and the parentheses, and then the other query, which will be context.db .select. And what that will do is we're going to ask for count, which will be count, and we're going to do from paste where, make sure the user owns it, so equals paste.user_id context.user.id, and we're going through all of them, so we're not looking for a specific paste, so that's why I don't specify paste ID like some of the others that have the and I believe count is a Drizzle ORM thing. There we go. Let me just confirm that. Yes, it is. Okay, great. And we need to add a comma there. And let's grab paste count and apply it here. So obviously now that we've done it this way, if we were to pull it, right, and we're not going to actually use it, but data, right, is equal to use, you would still use suspense query, right? So it would just be another prefetch. So query client dot prefetch query tRPC dot paste dot get user pastes by pagination query options. So I would move the limits from here to here because you need to pass them in. I'll just write 20 for now. You also can have 0. I mean, technically there's the defaults, right? So we don't really need to put that in. You know, if you wanted to be very explicit about it, you could. Actually, since they do have defaults, right? I will make this optional. Now that I'm thinking about it. Because if I do it by optional, like this, then we won't need arguments, I don't believe. Why is this? Why are they still asking for it? Is that not updated or input limit? Okay, it probably just needs this still. Weird. Yeah, because it has inputs. Even if you don't want to provide any, you still need to provide the object. So, cool. Then on this page, okay, so, you know, it would be use suspense query, tRPC, paste, get, paste by pagination, dot query options. We will pass in limits and page. It's capital L, limit. Sorry, not limit. My goodness. Limit and page, right, would be the offset. And let me put these in an object and then do limit is that. And offset is page. Great. And then if we hover over this, we can see that data has the paste count and the limited found pastes, right? And the refetch, but you know, we're already using it there, so I don't want to confuse things. You would have to rename the refetch, by the way, a different way if you're using both. Oh, but you wouldn't use both. You would just use the refetch from whichever one to use. This is the all, so this is the client side one, where we just grab all of them and then selectively display. This one would be with refetch and still doing the alias of paste, right? I guess I'll just copy and paste this here, and then I'll add a comment. This is the server side pagination option, right? The preferred one, technically, for most circumstances, if there's high volume of objects that are being pulled, right? If you know that the user is going to have a lot of pastes, then you want to use server side. If the user, maybe they don't have a lot of them, client side might be better. And again, focus on if you want faster front end loading, client side generally is better. If you want to be more space efficient, memory efficient, You literally can't pull all of the pastes because it would take so ridiculously long on the server side, or be such a strain on resources to transport all the data back and forth, and internet speeds, blah blah blah. Then use server side pagination to deal with that with reasonable offsets, right? 20, reasonable. Don't go too crazy on it. That's also why I would set that hard max limit on the limit side. Again, offset. You would have infinite amounts of paste conceivably, so you would want to gate the user, unless you were gating the user on the amount of paste that they would have. But I don't know if the offset would even matter at that point, because you would be dictating it by the amount of paste there are. So, anyways, let's go down to here and let's add it. So, in this case, right, since we're using the client side, right? Oh, sorry, you wouldn't use paste here because the data here has the count. So obviously, I guess you could do paste count, or maybe just change it to be count. And let's see here. Actually, it's weird. It's because oh, okay, yeah. Because you want two of them. Yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, paste count also has count here because that's what this returns here. If you wanted to remove the count part of that, you could do dot returning, I believe, or then. Yeah, then, and then you'll get the count, right? And then you just, how would I do this? Just return count, I think. Count. Or no, it would be a string. What is this? Oh, it is an array. Why is it an array? Oh, yeah. You would do count at 0. Actually, you should do that because you want the paste. Oh, wait, what? Wow, I almost missed that. Yeah, we have to do that because this count is technically not a count because it's an accumulation over time. So we want the first one. And technically, I believe this could be undefined, meaning that there is nothing, right? And so we would pass 0 back. Let me just confirm that that's how that works. Yes, I believe. I think I need to dot count. There we go. So now, paste count will just be a number. Cool. And so data, paste count number. Okay, yeah, I thought it was weird that it was an array, so that's why I went back and looked, and thank goodness I looked, right? And so, yeah, this is a, what the select does, it grabs it does a count for the paste table, right, where the user ID matches the user that is calling this procedure, and that all gets accumulated into an array. We're only concerned about the first part of the array, and we're getting this count value here. And so with this query, we're aggregating it all together, and so we want to get this final count, right? And I guess technically this doesn't really matter because count is never undefined, but what could potentially be is this list not actually existing. So this actually makes more sense. Oh, and then yes, we would still need this. So sorry, I'm futzing around a little bit too much there, right? So obviously accessing 0 here, right, into the array could possibly not exist, right, if there's nothing. And so there wouldn't be an aggregate count, right? And thus there wouldn't be a count field if there is no count that actually exists in the array because it's empty. Thus, we can just return 0 as being the paste count. So we get a number. Phew. Hopefully that was the best way to explain it. It made sense in my head, but my head already has the knowledge. So If you have any questions, just put it in the comments. So yeah, great. We have that. I guess technically we're not using page. Oh yeah, no. We will be using page. Yes. We'll be doing it right now, down here. So what we're gonna do is paste. Whoops, not paste. Pastes with an S. Dot length is greater than 1. So there are pastes. Actually, we should have it be above the limit, right? So if there's more than 20, then we would actually show the pagination. We don't need it if it's within 20. We'll have a div here, and then class name mt of 4. Flex items center justify between mt margin top of 4. Add a little bit of space between the table and this. Button. And it will, on click, will be set page -1, variant of outline, and this one's previous, or we can just do prev. And then in the middle here we'll have a span, class name text gray 600, text of small. We'll have page, and the variable part of it will be page +1 of piece. It would be length divided by 20 over greater than 1. Yeah, there. So let's put this in parentheses just so people explicitly understand. Sorry. Yeah. So that's why it wouldn't be over the lengths. It would be lengths divided by 20. That would be the amount that fits onto a page, right? And if it's greater than 1, that means there's multiple pages, then we would render this. If there's less than that, then we don't have enough to fill up a full page, and thus we wouldn't need the extra page, right? Cool. Let's see. So then, yeah, that would be pastes dot length divided by 20. And we would need to round this as well. How best to deal with this? I think we want to round up. No, what is it? Math dot round. Yeah. No, because I want to round up. So which one's round up? I've forgotten. It's late at night and I'm getting delirious. It's ceiling. Here we go. That's the one that always grabs the greater number, which would make sense for what we're doing here. And underneath the span, we'll have button. This is also why you shouldn't code when you're close to being sleep deprived. But I've got so many things to do. This will be plus, and we will disable this when page is greater than or equal to, and you know what, we're doing this calculation a lot. So I'm going to actually go up here, and after we get paste, I'm going to do const total pages is equal to this, and do the ceiling, math.ceil. There we go. And then everywhere where we're doing that math, just want to swap it. Oh, why do we not use is expired? Did I forget one here? I might have. Let me just check. I did. I missed adding a button or a badge here. So after the link, we add in, if it is expired, then we'll have a badge variant destructive, and we should give it class name margin left of 2, add a little space to the left of it, and we'll just type in expired. It'll be on a red background with destructive. Back down to here, greater than or equal to total pages. And this will also be total pages, and we won't need math of sealing here, total pages. So technically there should have been math of seal over here as well. So totally cool there. Let me just make sure. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Let's just do class name. Nope, looking at the wrong button. Does not have a class name. We do need to provide next there, and I think that's all set. So let us jump over to the website. Let me just refresh. And hopefully, if nothing is broken, there are stuff broken because this needs to be in a client component. Use client. And also I used 20 here. It should be limit. My bad. So I guess I'll put it underneath here, right? Because that's what we can do there. So like we have the total paste count, and then we have the total pages. So just make sure that you're able to juggle those. And let's see, yeah, total pages. I think everything should be fully implemented now. So yeah, let us go back in, and there we go. We can see all of our pastes. So let me just refresh, make sure nothing weird is going on. And so yeah, we can hit this. You can see the link there. It'll take us over to the paste. There we go. We can edit. Great. All looks somewhat good there. I think we need to add in. Oh no, because this is editable, so we don't want to have the text highlighting. Feel like I kind of want it. So we don't have it inside of our paste form. Because, yeah, usually we're just, like, blind pasting into it, right? So we don't usually worry about it. Which one is it? This text area. And the viewing is not usually one to add. So I guess an upgrade, if you can ask it in the comments. I guess you would just use the Monaco editor. So if we just go back over here and then just do private window there. Monaco editor. Yeah, here we go. So it's like VS Code, right? But it's in the browser. So that's the way that you would do it. And so we would just add that and replace this text box with the Monaco editor. So, yeah, if you want me to implement this, I'll probably do a full tutorial with Monaco editor in the future, just so, you know, we're able to understand it. But, yeah, I think it's kind of blown out of scope for this. You'll probably just be doing smaller edits to this, but never know. So we'll just save. Yeah. On the home screen, that's where you would go to My Paste. In My Paste, you would see all this. And let's just test to make sure that deleting works. Yeah, so that's the little confirmation modal that appears. We hit OK. Deleted the paste. It does a refetch, and it clears. And then these will go to View, Edit, and then obviously Delete. I think that's it. We did it. Whew. Wow. All right. Great. End of a long journey. The only bit now is to get this into a Git repo, push it up to Vercel, and we have a finished product. Woo! Wow, this was a really long journey that spanned multiple days. I gotta get better at doing this. But I hope you guys really enjoy. Let's do deployment next and wrap things up. This will be the second I believe, finished application. There are some caveats about the Trello one, but we are almost home free here. So let's jump back over to the code and make sure that we push it up to GitHub and then get it over to Vercel. We deploy it, and we can get a live application out there that isn't on our local computer. Okay, so I added myself as a contributor to this repository on my personal account, so I don't have to log out and log back in. So this should work fine for you if you've logged in to whichever terminal that you're using and making sure that you've set that up correctly. So maybe that's a separate tutorial on how to set up your Git environment, but I'm going to assume that you're able to do it. And when we are able to push, I'm a collaborator on that Git repo, so we're just sending it up there. And so if I go over to here, right, and I refresh this page, then we now have our code base within here. You can update the README with all of the Pastebin specific stuff, which I'll probably do a little bit later. But yeah, now that we have our repository, we can go over to Vercel, log in, and continue with GitHub. So after I sign in, we'll be right back. Alright, so after you've logged in, you're going to be greeted with this particular screen here. And so we're just going to hit continue with GitHub. Because I'm already logged into my GitHub, we'll just authorize Vercel to connect to it. And then we'll have to install the GitHub application for our GitHub account. Now we can select all repositories or only select repositories. If you do this one, you have to specify what you want. So we can just use Pastebin clone here. It just depends on what your security profile is. If you're cool with allowing Vercel full access to all repositories, just faster for you, less clicking that you have to do, but you're only going to deploy apps only a certain amount of time. I think that it's probably best to just select ones that are most relevant to you. You never know out there, so I'm just going to add it this way with select repositories and hit install. Great, and so now we can import our Pastebin clone here. All right, here we have our environment variables, which I think is very important because I showed you in our code here that we have this .environment.example. And so you would just copy this, right? And I'll just do it just to show what would happen, right? If you just paste it in, it just all gets added into there, right? And then if you had a different route for whatever reason, but most of us don't, and then npm run build, right? Like we can test that npm run build works. We might have some errors, so it's good to probably catch them now before we have any build errors in the production side. So this is a good final check to make sure everything's working. I could probably run this command too just before we push. It doesn't affect anything drastically, but obviously it appears a lot. Everything passed, so all I'm going to do is just add this real quick. I don't even think it affects the production side, so I think we're good here. So yeah, I'm going to add in the real environment variables and collapse it from prying eyes, and then we'll hit deploy, and everything should work fine. So I'll be right back. Alright, I've added in the environment variables. We're going to hit deploy, and it's going to start working. It's going to take a little bit of time, right? If you're just using the free version and not the pro version, it does take a little bit of time. Oh, we have an error. Oh, yeah. So that's, we're using pnpm install, so we will have to specify that here. So you can unlock this, and instead of, not that one, this one. Right, it says here, like, you got to tell it which command to use, and so we'll do pnpm install. So, well, let's try that. Run it again. We'll just try to wait patiently. And it errored it out again. What is wrong with this? Cannot install with frozen lockfile because... Okay. Well, let me check this out real quick and see what is going on. So it looks like from what it is describing here that there's a difference between what is in pnpm block YAML and what is in package JSON. So I'm just going to go back and just run pnpm install here and see if there's any issue with it. I don't think there should be anything, but let's see. Yeah, so I guess that's one step that we have to do before we deploy. Okay. And we actually have an old version of Next here as well, so we can update that. pnpm install, what was the amount, the version that you said? Okay, this one. Install Next.js, right? Where is it? Or just Next. Okay. Next at, we provide the version. So we're just going to update things there. Looks like it's almost done. And then once this is done, I'm just going to do an add and then a commit. Let me just see if I need to. Yep. So git add dot git commit dash m fixed a build error in our package dot JSON and YAML lockfile. So let's add that. Push origin main. Okay, all set. So let's go back over to here and try to hit deploy one more time. No whammies. I think we're good. Great. So I'll come back and wrap this up once we finished installing. So there's just a minor issue there, but yeah, we just resolved it by doing a pnpm install and going through. So you might not have this problem, but in case you do, this is the way that you fix it. So we'll be right back once our site is live, basically. All right, and so congratulations, our website is now live. If you have a domain, you can go through this process to set up a custom domain with it. You're going to have to set up either in Vercel's domains thing, or they have some documentation to basically link with the CNAME and the records so that you can point your domain correctly. I'm going to presume that if you're going to be super advanced about that stuff, you'll know how to reroute your own domains. If not, then just buy it through Vercel domains and go through their process, which is obviously a lot simpler for their launch platform. Obviously, that's vendor lock-in on Vercel, but for me, I think their prices are pretty competitive and nothing's been too bad. They're definitely not GoDaddy levels of scumminess, and that's setting the bar really low, like below the earth low. But I think I've used Vercel domains. I don't think there's been a major problem there. So overall, been quite pleased with it. So here we can just click on the obvious picture here, and you can see that they've assigned us already a URL. So we have this website that we can go through and use. And so basically our website is now live. We can go in and view the demo and be able to do a bunch of cool and interesting stuff in it. Go over Rod and then sign up to create your own. If I log in just real quick. And one of the things that you have to tweak in production when it comes to auth before I actually go and execute it is that you have to add the URL that they gave you here. Right? You see this Pastebin clone-5.vercel.app. You just swap out localhost 3000 and put that in there instead For Google, you can just add in an extra URI. For GitHub, you have to create a completely separate OAuth application. So, a little bit more tedious on the GitHub side. On Google, it's literally just you hit a button and it adds one, the same as you would have done in the first one. So if you need to understand how to actually do OAuth within, GitHub and Google, again, link down below, the starting point, you'll be able to figure it out. Okay, so we're logged in here. You can see the URL, so you know that I'm not cheating by using the development one. So we'll just do test here, and let me just pretend, sending environment variables to someone else. Very naughty to send that unsecurely. So let's make that private. We can create the paste, and then it's shown here. And we can use the URL to link it around. Obviously, if we sign out and then try to go to this URL, it should not work. And you can see the loading, right? It's running into errors. Right, so this paste is private. There you go. So it might not exist, or it may have expired. So actually, our tRPC client error is showing a little bit extra information than this explicit error here. So this is actually kind of a little bit of a minor vulnerability from us. We should probably, if this was a real production application, go into tRPC, I don't even know which one to get, by paste ID, and yeah, probably that one. And change this one to, this paste is private, to the very generic statement, right? But also it's probably pretty important that in our debugging process, we explicitly say this, so we know that, in our test case, that this is expected behavior in practice. Instead of saying, this paste is private, put that in there, and then just have a very generic message. And honestly, if we're using the same one over and over again, right, then, you might want to do like const, error, right, which is equal to this, right, within quotes. Go down to the first tRPC error here and just set it equal to error, right? And we would just go down and change all the others to use error here and here, right? So we're almost done, so I'm not going to do that, but yeah. Let me see what else. Okay, so let me look back in here, and let's just look at our paste that we created. Okay, so we have a lot of them, including the one that we just created. So the ones even on development, since they all went to the same Neon database, also show up here. Click on it to get to here. We can go back and edit. Let me just say like super secret 123. Be 123. We hit save. It's saved within there. So there's our application. Went through full development. Went through teaching a lot of very fundamental skills, creating forms, creating tables, and then deploying it onto Vercel. So hopefully you enjoyed. I think I learned a lot in how to present and be a better walkthrougher and tutorial provider. And so I thank you all for watching this far into things, and I really wish you the best of luck in your programming journey. More tools are coming out to make this easier, but I think it's always important to be good at our fundamentals. So, without further ado, thank you so much for watching. If you believe I've earned it, please leave this video a like, please subscribe, and hit the bell button to be notified on when the next project is releasing on my channel. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you again for the next walkthrough. Thank you.